Rivals gaming. Speaking of, I still have to pick that game up a little bit.
Oh.
What's your thought on the Rivals game?
Honestly, it's not. I don't think it's like my cup of tea. Although I've been watching a couple friends play it and stream it to Twitch, even if it's like, excuse me, not to a large audience or anything like that. But I feel the same way other people have felt about watching For Honor, so I just watch the gameplay. I don't really like play it.
Yeah, I think for me, it's just, I feel like it's way too... I feel like what they did in Marvel Rivals was kind of take how we had like traditional fighting games and they made Mortal Kombat, where they saw like a game like Overwatch, and then they went the Mortal Kombat route with Marvel Rivals, where everything's like so ridiculous it balances itself out kind of deal.
Yeah.
And at that point, it kind of gets to a point where I feel like it'll get too ridiculous, where it's almost a different type of competitiveness, where like right now it's very loosey-goosey until it gets really, really competitive. And I don't know if I'll be able to keep up with the competitiveness on that one.
Oh man, it is a new game after all, so it might take a bit of time to just dabble on it and be able to call it, oh, we finally have a system and can, call it comp, I guess.
Yeah. What's up there, Rosh? How are you? Mr. Psych is not live streaming? I don't think he is right now.
Yeah.
He's taking it easy today.
I might stream later after the podcast, but not at the moment.
There you go. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff I got to take care of. I got to build up the new stream desk and figure out how I'm going to set everything up in this new room.
Yeah. As you already know, like the game that I've been playing so far lately is what's it called again? Mortal Shell. Yeah. I really like that game.
Yeah, it's a very, very slow paced like Dark Souls game.
Yeah. That's fair.
I was watching you play and I was just like, oh boy.
Yeah, you like me just screaming here and there for nonsense.
Exactly what my comment said. The way that you squirm is an experience. Like, oh god, oh.
Yeah. Suddenly, when I'm in like panic mode, like, get the fuck out. Gotta make it entertaining,
Yeah. And author's like, yeah, keep in mind it's from a small team compared to FromSoft. Yeah. Well, that's the whole thing, is that it's still a great game. It's definitely enjoyable. It's just one of those games that, you have to take your time with. Like, it took me a long time to get good with that game.
My bad.
Also, no, you're good.
But does it? You're a nerd, and you smell. Okay, that's just facts.
Yeah, we can keep up with. I know. I just you don't have to do that. There, he's
no. That's my buddy.
Author. Yeah, we could keep it show for tonight. Yeah.
He's one of my moderators for stream. He just calls me that. We call each other nerds and other stuff.
No, he's talking about. I think he's a little bit on the portion of being a little jump happy on it, because last night I ended up having to deal with a guy that was just calling every little thing that I was doing wrong, and I just had to get rid of the guy from chat. You know, one of those trolly motherfuckers that was like, wow, he really fucked you up, huh? Wow, if you would actually got into the team fight and not stayed on point the whole time, you would actually do something. Like, bro, you just got in here and we're down on points. We had 2 people. The whole team was negative besides me. Like, all I got to do is just try to stay alive. Like, relax, bro. You're not, the game isn't a KD thing. It's all about trying to play for your team.
You know what's even worse than that? A teammate that constantly goes to the enemy point all day and spams the hell out of the ping for help and says, "Where the hell is my team? What the fuck?" You know, like, and I'm just like, how like the guy does not even think about the entire team. He's just like selfish, going in thinking he's like a god or something, and then suddenly when he needs help, somehow we should have just performed magic and helped him, you know?
Yeah, no, last night it was me, a Centurion, a Peacekeeper, and a Shinobi. And I was playing as Warlord. And we were trying to keep up the minion lane as much as possible, but our Peacekeeper and our Shinobi just kept going over to C point when we were spawning on the A side. And just kept trying to fight them 3v1v1 staggered. Like, it was like, bro, what are you guys doing?
Oh god, that must have been an experience right there.
Yeah, it was one of those games. And then I ended up blocking the guy, banning him from the chat. And then he came into the Discord trying to cause shit. I was like, bro, get out of here, man.
Yeah, he caused more problems. Their fragile egos couldn't take it. They're like, oh my god, he can't let me talk shit. You know, like, let me join Discord, his Instagram, his YouTube, Twitch, everything. Let me just talk shit. I can't handle it.
Yeah. And it's like, come on, bro. Like, just chill the fuck out, man.
Yeah.
Especially 2 of them were like, we were like super, super negative and like down like 300, 400 points. I'm like, yeah, I kind of need to just stay on A and just chill out for a bit. All right, I got to jump down, got to clear out B. Fuck, we lost A already. Like, it was just no one was around except for trying to fight the 3 of them that are just sitting there like playing defense, like babysitting each other.
Yeah, people treat the minion like it's a what's it called? What's that mode in Call of Duty? It's not really Dominion. It's like
what do you mean, like domination?
Yeah, no, it's not like domination. Crap! I had it in the back of my head.
What, hard point?
No, like they're just there for kills, you know.
Oh, just team deathmatch, yeah.
Team deathmatch. That's the word. That's right.
Yeah. That's how I always like look at people. Like, I'm just like, why do you guys just constantly go for the kills? You have to go for points. Play a little smarter if you're down. Like, no, I must kill them. I must avenge my family. Backseat game be talking nonsense too when you're solo queue. As if even if you played perfectly, the randos will too. Sometimes you got to play imperfectly and unintentionally just to adapt to your team's bad plays.
Yeah, true. Very true.
Oh, yeah. Well, for those that were not here for the first episode of the podcast, we went through talking about like what team composition is, how understanding whenever you're picking a certain hero, if you're looking for that one win, or if you're just looking to help out a teammate that's not doing that well, understanding, if they inslog Orochi, how can you help them out with certain team compositions? If you see that everyone's like really duelist, you kind of need someone with a wide sweep clear to clear out minion lane to help out in that regard. But everything can be adaptable and everything can be used accordingly. But we're just going off of like a competitive and a casual's perspective to understand what goes on in team selection when you pick your hero, and if you're picking that hero, why you should be, why are you picking that hero? Like what their strengths are, what are they good at, and all of that jazz.
Gotcha. Well, since last time we were, we didn't really finish the whole roster. We were left off on the samurais. So,
Yes, sir.
out of all the samurais, the the two that have like the most capability to be like in comp scenarios would be someone like Orochi and Nabushi when it comes to 4v4 scenarios, or sorry, game modes. Now, don't disregard characters like Shugoki nor Kyoshin, for example. Oh, sorry, and Hito. Hito's also like definitely up there. Kyoshin, Shugo definitely can be interesting picks. Lately, I've been seeing like Kyoshin having like a massive advantage in ones, in the onesies, and he's not terrible in fours as well. His ganks are pretty nice. Or sorry, simplistic, but way too guaranteed, I would say, if you will. The other one, I wouldn't really. The other one would be like Shinobi. Shinobi would be like a. I would place. I would choose Orochi over Shinobi if I had to. And because the reason why is because during a team fight, all Shinobi does really is peel like a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's all he does. Like you just gotta peel all day, and at the right time, of course. Because a lot of times when if you're trying to initiate things with this character, it's a little bit rough. You can do something, but yeah, no, just Shinobi takes a bit of more time to be like he's just baiting a lot rather than like compared to what's his face, Orochi. Orochi can just do basically almost everything.
Mm-hmm.
Hito can just smack everybody. Just swing all day. And the tracking is like insane. And then what's his name? Lately, I've been seeing I don't know why. I've been seeing a lot of Soheis lately.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Sohei right now. Regarding like putting him in force. Like not like he wouldn't even be like a second pick. If anything, he'd be like a third pick.
Mm-hmm. Well, there has been some Sohei tech that has been revealing itself, as I would say.
Yeah.
Because of his just having hyper armor on everything. Just being able to feint a heavy, and then your enemy trying to either parry or block you or anything of that sort. If they react to try to parry or try to GB you out of it, they just feint into zone, which is like the safest thing that the Sohei can do, and it's just free. It's a free, pretty much rock paper scissors choice.
Yeah. Very true.
Because the startup on that hyper armor is just so fast, and then you could see like, oh, the GB, they went for the GB and it bounced off of you, so easy GB for the Sohei. Or oh, you threw, a heavy feint. You threw a heavy for the parry. Sohei just lets that zone fly.
Yeah. One thing I do like about Sohei is the fact that he's now got hyper armor, and he almost feels like a different version of Shugoki, but not exactly.
Yeah.
because you can just throw the heavy, even if it's like a heavy parry or a light parry, and it'll still kind of work. That's one thing I've noticed. So a lot of times what people do lately is they try to bait for those heavies a lot more rather than the lights, unless you obviously see that they're throwing more lights than heavies.
Yeah, Sohei's one of those characters, man. Well, since we're on the topic, I guess we'll start with Sohei and then we'll go back to Kensei.
Oh man, I really wish Kensei would stay up there. Ever since they messed up the dodge on guard on dodge, whatever crap, I'm just like, you literally kill Kensei right there. Like, it's death. Like, I can't do as much with Kensei anymore. Like, hell, I think out of all the people out there, I was the one that started using the superior block as a form of an option select, rather than, oh, I'm just going to do this to dodge attack somehow. No. Like, there was a whole system that I made it work. I still kind of do it, but it's not like before, Yeah. And that for me is like a way to pressure someone. I'm just constantly option selecting, constantly. I'm just like all the time just doing something. You know the famous creative move called the double pump? Okay. So I did the exact same thing, but with those soft feints from top heavy. So what I do sometimes is I top heavy, cancel into side dodge, and then do it again, and then just do something from there. Because sometimes what players do is they will want to light attack me out of my opener, and I'm just like, oh, you thought I was going to do that. Or sometimes they'll even dodge attack, and sometimes they don't. But once I keep doing it, I'll just make them, I'll just bait them way harder. Because now I'm in a point where if I constantly do it, I don't have to do it all the time, and then I can just react to panic modes, panic attacks that they do, and then be able to be useful. Another thing that I like about Kensei during team fights is using his superior block, though. There are times where I'm just like, I cannot dodge out of all the attacks, so why not use the superior block?
Yep.
You see one attack, boom, dodge into it. The next one that comes in, they're not going to be able to do anything because you're in the middle of a superior block. It'll just bounce right out, or right off, and you can just get out of the blender in some way.
Yeah, I find Kensei very elusive in team fights.
Yeah,
just always standing on the outside of a fight, looking to get his punishes in to not quote unquote peel, but more along the lines of dictating the speed of the fight.
I see.
But with his wide sweeping attacks, one of the best zones in the game to clear out minion lane, just because it has multiple hits on it, running into a whole bunch of enemy minions and clearing out a whole circle is huge for minion lane clear. I would say it's probably one of the fastest minion lane clears in the whole game, besides a Zhanhu clear. But really good.
I didn't think about the Zhanhu being what I don't know. Zhanhu having better clear.
With Zhanhu, I have a setup that I have on my Zhanhu which is what is it? Yeah, there it is. The Nukukubi as his third feat, where as long as you zone dodge cancel into top light, into dodge top light, into doing the zone, you could just literally do that forever and just constantly keep up a really good clear with Zhanhu, not losing any stamina, being able to push the minion lane pretty quickly. Just with those two little moves, because you could just move yourself forward, zone, move yourself forward, zone. It makes for a very, very surprisingly efficient clear of minion lane, especially if you're pushed all the way up to your side.
I'll have to test that out because I don't know. I don't feel like Zhanhu would beat Kensei's zone clear. Not too sure.
But yeah, that's what I love doing. Like, that's how I love to use my Zhanhu to like run up. Like, if we're down on points, I move up to the mini lane, forward dodge light zone, forward dodge light zone, forward dodge light zone. Still have all my stamina, and then move to the next fight. Like, I don't have to worry about being too like. I don't have to worry too like with Kensei. I could say, like, I can clear up minion lane with Zhanhu, and if someone comes up, I'm not worrying about my stamina as much as Kensei, even though, like, Kensei does have very good stamina retention with how with how much stamina his zone does take. But I just feel like I can get a lot more done with Zhanhu in those fights with his zone, just because it is that undodgeable property. And I could just go ahead and zone away from the guy and still be okay with clearing out the minion while still getting a little bit more mobility with Zhanhu, just because I could forward dodge like towards the enemy wherever they are if they're hiding behind like their minions.
I mean, I understand that Zhanhu can do that, although I have been doing exactly that with Kensei for the longest time as well. And with Nobushi as well, especially Nobushi lately. So,
but yeah,
one of the things that.
No, go ahead.
One of the things that I do like about Kensei, for example, one would think that he doesn't have like proper pressure or whatever, but if the way I would pressure with Kensei would be something regarding his timing on forward dodge attacks. And it's constantly just that. Like, sometimes you just gotta change the timing of your forward dodge attack. You don't have to like spam the forward dodge light. You don't have to spam the forward dodge heavy. Hell, even when you're like in the mix-up and you're doing the unblockable, you don't have to commit to it. You can always like delay that, or just go right ahead and buffer it, or make them feel like, oh, you know how lots of people love dodging the unblockable. They just love dodging it. So sometimes I just do a forward dodge cancel into another forward dodge light, and it'll catch them. And then you're like, oh shit, is it gonna do it again? Is it not gonna do it again? Etc. etc.
I think my most satisfying thing with Kensei is his top unblockable into feint side heavy to catch those people and just get the execution. That one of the most satisfying things with Kensei. I love
the what? Sorry,
when you're going for your top unblockable and they go for the dodge and you just let that side heavy rip.
Oh yeah. That's definitely pretty satisfying.
It's like, oh.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say, like, Kensei isn't the best, but I mean, he still does really good with just managing team fights managing the managing zones. But he's not going to be your like best 1v1 guy.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely the team fighter.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Nobushi,
Mm-hmm.
just like Nobushi, but obviously Nobushi would outpower a Kensei.
Yeah, I would say like Nobu's more of like the head referee, and Kensei's more like a sign line judge. Like
A
just some,
sideline judge.
yeah, more along the lines of like if you're watching football, like they're usually just watching the major fight like in the middle with the offense and defense, but they have time to be able to do a little bit more, but um they're not as focused on the majority of the team fight. Like I would say like Nobushi's more of like the head referee, where she's like, oh, there's a flag here, there's a flag here, and that's with her bleeds and shit, being able to just stop a lot of people from doing what they want to do. Where Kensei is kind of just like corralling and making sure that people aren't like making sure the team fight isn't going too south. And Nobu's taking care of like everything.
Yeah, with Nobu you can neutralize so much, like so much.
Mm-hmm.
I remember some competitive players actually complaining about my Nobu, how I'm just constantly shutting them down, constantly. They just
Mm-hmm.
get absolutely pissed off, which is a good thing.
Oh yeah.
um, but yeah, normally you don't see a good Nobushi, uh, in the comp scene. It's quite rare actually. A lot of
Mm-hmm.
people do try Nobu, but sometimes they don't um they don't do much with her
Mm-hmm.
other than like the typical things that she would do. Like I don't see them do soft feints into hidden stands. They're just constantly doing everything else except that, and doing that as like such a power move. Now, sometimes I do meet the right kind of player, and they're constantly like baiting me to do the hidden stand so that they can get a free GB.
Mm-hmm.
That does happen. It's like one of the weaknesses, but you also gotta read that, as a
Yeah.
Nobushi. Like a lot of times Nobushi is not really pressuring. It's like baiting for them to do something.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just canceling that bait all day.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Delaying attacks with that character would go really, really far as well. Really
Mm-hmm.
far.
Especially if they found like a way to like give her an option to like maybe even feint a kick. That would be a little make her nutty.
Oh well, I feel like she would need like a bash, like an actual bash, not like hidden stance bash.
Mm.
That's pretty much it. Just a regular bash.
Mm.
Um, soft feinting into a bash though. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe.
Mm.
I'm not too sure though. I would have to like really deep dive into that. But for me, just a regular bash would just be insane.
Mm.
Oh, you know what would be insane?
Mm.
Enhanced lights for Nobu. That would be insane to me.
Mm.
Cause you know what they say. Oh, uh, one block, GG, it's your turn,
Mm-hmm.
and then you get fucked. And like Nobu, that would allow her to do at least something. Either that or the bash.
Mm. Yeah, I feel with like Nobu can like she's really good in team fights. She does struggle with the 1v1, so.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And like her
That's why
minion. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's why I was saying like to kind of just improve that side of her. That's probably why a regular bash would be needed, in my opinion.
Mm. But yeah,
That's
I
all.
feel like her minion lane clear is really good. Her team fight potential is really good. But you do kind of you need someone with Nobu to keep up pressure to be able to win up those team fights. Like she's not going to be able to anti-gank as much. She's not going to be able to 1v1 as much, but she'll be able to stall her ass off if she needs to.
Yeah. Yeah, she's definitely a staller.
Mm-hmm. So with someone like a Nobu, you want someone that's going to be all up in your face to be able to keep up that pressure and set her up for her bleed and stuff. So I would give her someone like a Conqueror, Warlord, someone with like a pretty either quick or a decent bash mix up to be able to get her to freak the fuck out. Warmonger is probably one of her best teammates, just because if the Nobu is just standing in hidden stance and Warmonger is taking all the pressure, they could just go for a level 1 bash while Nobu throws out the undodgeable, and you either get hit with the level 1 bash and bleed and get the extra damage by Nobu, or you just take a free Nobu undodgeable to the face.
Yeah. Undodgeable.
Like, yeah, like Nobu can be really, really like because that's one gank I've noticed whenever I fight a Nobu and Warmonger. It's like, bro, Jesus H Christ. Because then if the Nobu's in pressure, all she has to do is just go for her kick into heavy as the Warmonger throws an undodgeable. So you dodge the Nobu's kick, you get hit with the undodgeable from Warmonger's forward dodge heavy into a into a Nobu getting ready for her heavy as the Warmonger light to. It's like, oh my god. Some of the most annoying pressure. I would say like Warmonger is her best teammate just because the bleed on bash, giving her the extra damage, giving her the extra pressure. Some of the most annoying shit.
Can be pretty nasty with the bleed from bash.
Mm-hmm.
No, no, no.
Yeah, that is one combo I hate seeing the Warmonger and Nobu. It's like, here we go, buddy. Like, you are not getting on that point unless you have at least one other teammate.
Yeah, true. Very true. All right. What do you want to talk about?
You know what? Let's go with my main man, Goki.
The Goki.
Yeah, the Goki. Mr. Give Me a Hug himself.
The chiropractor.
Mm-hmm. Like,
he'll give you a prescription at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Like, a decent minion clear. It's not the absolute best, but like his zone does hit a good amount of people and a good amount of minions whenever he does do his zone. The clear out minions. Really good. Like, one of the best headbutts in the game. Like bashes with his headbutt. Really good at dictating the speed of a fight, just because he's able to light check pretty easily using his charged heavies to be able to really keep the opponent on the defense. Can be a really good staller, being able to get into a 1v1 just once he gets a guard break, throw him into a wall, hug. One of the biggest health swings in the entire game. Being able to heal and, keep your opponent just out and away from everything. He's really good in his 1v1s, really good in being able to peel for opponents. Very, very, very strong character. But I wouldn't say Goki is too oppressive. It's just at that point of making a read on when he's going to let that charge heavy fly, if he's going to let it fly, if he's going to let it to the unblockable. But being able to set people up with one of the fastest bashes in the game is a great team fight mechanic as well for him.
Yeah, all Shugo really has to do is just bash, literally, just bash all day.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what to do? Bash, just headbutt, do the thing, and you can just constantly pressure someone just by doing that. Now, some characters can probably like outplay it because of recoveries, but still, like that's pretty much the best thing that Shugo can do. Headbutt all day, headbutt. It just allows you to force him to make a play.
It definitely forces a reaction out of you. And also with one of the only bashes that actually does damage, like is a great tool to do, like to just piss you off. He just chips away at you.
Yeah, true. His peel is not that bad. He can the fact he can just hyper armor for a peel is fantastic. Yeah.
And his GBs are one of the best peels in the game too. Send that motherfucker away.
GBs?
His GB into his demon ball and just sends him flying across the map. For Goki.
I wouldn't consider that a peel. For me, in a team fight, if you GB, you're basically asking to receive damage. Now, whether that has not been the case for you, for me, it's literally all the time. I do a GB, nah, it's like you lost half your health. GG. And we call that the GB of death. That's the terminology that we use now. You GB in the middle of a fight, boom, you just ate half your damage. Or sorry, half your health. Sorry, not half your damage. So, I don't know. That's just how I perceive it, and that's just how I'm constantly I'm constantly being told don't GB all the time. You can GB, like it's totally doable. It's just it's not consistent. It's not gonna be a consistent thing. The more consistent you do it against the good players, the more you're gonna see how screwed up GBing mid fight is gonna be. Like you're gonna feel it. It's gonna suck.
Yeah, at the higher level, just because you're not looking to give them that free tag, that free revenge hit.
Yeah. Now, sometimes what you can do if you want to do a GB is a zone attack. But you have to external it. And you have to external in such a way that it hits both of them. But not necessarily, right? So at least so that the other guy doesn't hit you. That's it. But yeah, normally GBs are not a good idea. And the only time you would do like a demon ball, what was it? That's the baseball move, right?
Yeah.
The only time you would do something like that is if you actually isolate them pretty well and your teammate has the ability to see that coming out, or is not being peeled by the enemy teammate. and can land damage on the guy that's being demon balled.
Yeah.
But that's about it.
Yeah, the reason why I say that, I say that it's okay for it though, is just because of the hype armor that he gets while he's doing that demon ball, and really able to isolate that isolate that whole team fight. Because that attack's gonna go off no matter what happens.
Yeah. True. What other things? I mean, his chase is not that bad.
No. I mean, besides that, he's an overall good pick. Not meta anymore, but there was at one point where he was like every game had a Shugo.
Yeah.
And then that kind of got replaced with Hito after a while.
Yeah, I think it's because something about Shugo was messed up that made him up there at the time.
Mm-hmm.
What was it?
It was his side headbutt, because now you can't flow into heavy anymore from side headbutt no more.
Yeah, and then they nerfed that shit. Oh, dude, that was the. I don't know why they nerfed it. That's just me.
Yeah. Well, I feel like what they do sometimes with certain nerfs is to just kind of change the general makeup of higher level lobbies, especially right before like tournaments or after tournaments, to kind of see what the players do. So like, oh, okay, this is being used a lot and it's working a lot. So let's go ahead and nerf it a little bit and see if we can get more of a diversity in this makeup.
Yeah, I totally get that. But I don't think diversity is ever gonna be like a thing, because you know what's gonna happen? Every single time now. Oh, there's this one character that does everything, gets nerfed. Oh, well, now this other character is better than that character because of the nerf. Now they get to nerf that other character, and it just keeps going. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
All day.
I think what they're trying to do at that point, because I do see a lot of this happen in other games. Like, I see it in Overwatch. I see it in like Smite games as well. Is that they want to get it to a point where everyone's decently strong, but when you pick Shugoki, like you're still okay with it, but you choose Shugoki because it's more of a comfort pick. And I kind of feel like that's how they want to get the game at, to a point where everyone is somewhat viable, but you choose the hero because that's the hero you're comfortable with, not because that hero is more oppressive than the other one by far. To give the player's choice more of a personal feel rather than a, hey, pick this person or we're gonna lose kind of feel.
Yeah,
because that's where like the term meta right now has kind of gotten to, where it's like pick this hero or we're gonna lose kind of situation, especially when you get to higher up. And if you're talking about people that are like scrimming and trying to get like way better in the game and whatnot, where they kind of just get off of the hero that they want to play.
Well, see, the thing is that some of these players that want to play other characters that are not that is because they're not yet comfortable, or not just comfortable, they just don't know enough about what they're doing with that other character that's like really good. For example, sometimes I play Shinobi for whenever I go up against stacks, like good stacks, you know. But sometimes I don't feel like I'm doing much.
Oh
And
yeah.
honestly, I can accept the fact that I might not be just that good at Shinobi, or maybe I am, and maybe my teammates are not doing something.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of times it is because my team is not doing a lot. Now,
Mm-hmm.
this depends on the kind of players that I have with me, of course. But once I play a character that I'm really, really comfortable with, like Nobushi, for example, I've been grinding that hero for a while. I've been like understanding, hey, this is actually something that you can mess people with if I play it like that, etc., etc. Which is why a lot of people absolutely hate when I play Nobu. They just don't like it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And um, because of that, I'm able to like pull off a lot better stalls, a lot better ganks, a lot better adaptable ganks. You know, if obviously a gank is never gonna go perfect, you know.
Yeah.
So you gotta make something possible. You know, you gotta land something.
Mm-hmm.
But that really depends on someone's knowledge in ganking. So
Yeah.
we'll leave that for another time.
Well,
But
I
yeah,
I feel the same way as whenever I play Shinobi, Gladiator, or Tiandi. I always feel like I do tiny bits of damage, but not enough to be able to be good on my own. But I'll be able to play with like a teammate if I have a teammate to play with. But I feel like I almost do like toothpick damage.
yeah. It's just you know what the problem is.
Mm,
Characters like that, you have to play it in a way that assists that helps your teammates rather than, oh, am I landing a lot of damage or not? For
mm,
example, Warlord. Warlord is exactly like that. You know,
mm-hmm,
like you can do bits in here and there, but ultimately you're gonna be helping your teammate perform the damage that they're supposed to be doing. And if they don't, they fucking suck. Okay, for the most part. That's the truth. Like you not taking advantage of a warlord's offense, or sorry, initiation or whatever, while you're the damage dealer, you're doing the DPS, bro. What the fuck are you doing? You know?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. If you want to start going off on a roach, I have to help out my mother really quick with something.
Sure. I'll just talk to chat. All right, chat. This is my stream now. This is my podcast. Kappa. Emphasis on the Kappa. Um, Let me see what Spruce here said. The GB for Goki is especially risky because Demon Ball is a priority move. Priority move. Not sure what that means exactly. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I'm not sure how the Demon Ball is a priority. So you can't zone the guy UGB because Demon Ball will always go off. So we'll have to zone someone else who can parry it. Meaning it takes priority over the other inputs. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay, so input priority. That's probably a little bit better. Um, hmm. That's strange because I don't really have that issue. I
All
can
right.
just zone if I wanted to.
I'm back. Ugh. Nah, we're just taking care. Me and Mama Dukes are taking care of the new bedroom, trying to clean it up a little bit. So she's like, "I'll help out and clean a little if you need me to."
Oh, let's see. That's a controller thing? Well, if you're constantly finding yourself demon balling more than you're doing a zone when you want to do a zone, you're just pressing the buttons. You're just pressing heavy earlier without noticing. And trust me when I say this, noticing is like the hugest thing. Like literally. Like don't worry about like if you're good or bad. The fact that you noticed, that's more than enough. It'll carry you. Like in any situation. Like I'm not talking about like specifically inputs. I'm talking about like in anything. You notice something, and if you have the timing, boom. That's it. Obviously, if you're not good at reacting, then GG. But there's always ways to improve your reaction. There are way too many factors to improve reaction. Will you max it out? Probably not. It's not a thing. It's at the end of the day, it's just genetics.
That is true.
Conscious about it, I can't seem to change it from happening in practice. It's strange. Because me, for example, me and my buddy Clux, we constantly do it. Constantly. We just target switch zone attack from GB. I don't know. That's definitely been a thing for a while.
All right, so you want Orochi, sir?
Well, you're target switching? No, I mean even without target switching, it works. Because if it was input, like okay, so you GB someone, and you think that target switching would take priority somehow over the other inputs? No, the inputs always takes priority, not the target switch. So it doesn't change what I said. Target switch or not. Orochi. Orochi's a menace, okay? He's just a menace. He can just peel everything. He can just do everything. I don't know. Something about this character that you can just stall for days. A lot of people, what they don't do is external light attacks or external heavies. Sometimes you have to do what other people do with like JJ or like Kensei, for example. A lot of people don't really understand that he can just easily. See, you can you see, yeah, you're even doing it on stream.
Oh, I know.
That's
why I was that's why I was doing it while you were talking.
See, I told you, bro. I know my shit. Come on, bro. You're really doubting me, Spruce?
That is what we call a skill issue.
Literally.
But yeah, Orochi.
Anyway, back to Orochi. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I mean, what?
Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead. It's your turn. Okay, your turn. GG.
I didn't know what you wanted to do.
No, I didn't really want to do much. Just go ahead.
Orochi might be the best ganker in the game. I mean, for the most part, yes. I would say Orochi is a very good ganker, especially with his bash being more of a stagger than most bashes are, because he has a unique bash. It's almost like a JJ bash where it acts like a pin instead of a bash. Being able to throw out double lights help out a lot of setting up teammates for long charged up attacks like a Goki heavy, charge heavy, Hito charge heavy, sense charge bash. Being able to set up sweeps for Shaolin. which I find like double hits are really, really big nowadays when it comes to like gankers. And him and Pirate have a working Infinity going currently to 100 to 0 anyone in the game. Really? Orochi and Pirate right now?
Yeah. That gank is nasty.
I'll have to talk about that in a second. But a very quick zone. Can clear minions if he wants, but he's not really, meant for that. But being able to zone dodge, and then run right back into a fight is really big for Orochi. But having to not be so offensive in a ganking situation, just being a very good setup character while also being very good in ones, and being able to just get out of a lot of situations just from dodging. I find Orochi super oppressive. Like, not oppressive, but he's really, really good to stall, really, really good to 1v1, really good in team fights. He's an overall really good pick. But for me, I'd be completely honest, I am shit with the hero. I am shit with Orochi. Especially if I have teammates that don't know how to gank. I'm like, I'm so fucked right now. I feel like Orochi's more along the lines of, like, for me, I like characters that I have to, like, I'm more along the lines of either, I'm mostly read based whenever I play, and Orochi's offense is very, it's more read than anything than reacting. So you kind of have to go with what you think is going to work. And kind of already have like a game plan before going in. So for me, I just don't do well with him because I kind of think on the fly instead of going in with a game plan.
Yeah.
Orochi's like one of those, like, I would say like more in like a Tekken game or a Street Fighter game. He's not really, like, you can play him poke, but he's not, like, he does really, really well if you have like a combo that you have set up and that you like practice that combo. And it's a very damaging combo type of situation rather than a character that's very poke heavy and looking to stop you from doing things. That's how I feel with Orochi. I feel like I have to have like a certain set of moves set up in advance before I do anything, or I just fall into being a little bit counterattackive and too counterattackive, and end up getting GB'd a lot and getting caught by reacting too much. But that's a me thing.
Yeah. I don't really have much else to say about Orochi. I think he can just do everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
I don't want to talk about Shinobi either. Shinobi is just, there's not much to talk about Shinobi as well. Well, I mean, aside from what I said.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, Shinobi, really good minion lane clear with his zone. A lot of distance getting with his zone, so he can, like, even though it's like a small zone, it can clear a very wide minion lane in like two zones and be good to go. Just really your setup character, your ganker. He's looking to set you up to do all of your massive damage. And for me, whenever I play Shinobi, every time I play Shinobi, it's like, fuck, I'm by myself and I do toothpick damage. And my mix-ups are never good enough for Shinobi. I feel like I can never get forced reactions using Shinobi. Like, I'm very, like, it never works. I go for the unblockable, they just stand there and look at me dead in the face.
Yeah. one of the things that I find Shinobi interesting is the fact that he can get away with mix-ups a lot of the time. Like, for example, you know how Nobushi can just do either a kick or an undodgeable, right? So Shinobi can just double dodge and go into the undodgeable if it comes to the undodgeable, or if it's not undodgeable, you just kick from dodge.
Yeah, the double dodge for undodgeables is like the double dodge for Shinobi itself is just really good for like deflect, just constantly going for deflects.
Well, the thing is that even in a team fight, now that you mentioned deflects, you shouldn't really do deflects a lot unless they're just giving it to you all day for free. But the problem here is that once you deflect, you're going to get peeled. Like, you're guaranteed gonna get hit by something. So that's why a lot of times what Shinobis do for the most part is don't deflect a lot, maybe like here and there, and just do the double dodge peel, like a zone, maybe a light attack, maybe a kick sometimes. Maybe just kind of like isolate someone and be able to do a potential like quick damage with your teammate if possible. Sometimes you can even like isolate one guy in just the right distance, like just perfectly, like not too far but not too close, to the point that you can just target switch to the other guy and just roll into that guy, just, you know, perfectly distanced. And all your teammate has to do is either land damage or confirm you're undodgeable or unblockable or whatever, you know, for the sickles. And it really, really depends, because as a Shinobi, you have to pay attention to what your team is doing. Like, this is why you have to like make that choice of like, what the hell is going on. So yeah, that's another thing.
Yeah, comments saying,
but all day.
No, they said they think the part that makes Shinobi so annoying is to deal with is how safe he seems.
Yeah, he can be pretty safe. Especially when you're trying to stall a point in Dominion. That character can just backflip all day. And just double dodge all day, just get away from stuff. Just all day. Like, you think you're gonna catch him? Nope. I'm already out of the situation. Am I in a situation where I can get out? Boom, you start peeling. Boom. And then suddenly, oh, backflip. Like, man, fuck that character. You know?
Yeah.
That's how that feels. You think you're doing something, but you're not. So in a team fight, what you really want to do, like really, like truthfully, you want to bait this character to do something. If you focus his teammate, you're forcing this character to do something. And once that happens, boom, that's when he eats all that damage. All of it. Because the other guy, he can't really do much. Like, they're playing a character that might not have like insane recoveries. For example, JJ with Shino. I mean, not saying that the Shino JJ is not a bad combo. It's just that when the Shinobi can't really handle that, that's when it's a problem. So a lot of times it really depends on what your teammate, what you coordinate with your teammates so that the Shinobi can't do shit. You know, it's just reads in between team fights, and unfortunately, this is just in a very basic perception. when it comes to like 2v2s, for example, if you expand that in a 4v4 scenario, then you have to be a little bit more cautious about what you're doing, because there's much more people swinging. And that's another thing, right? Swinging in a 4v4 fight. Oh man. A lot of the times teammates are not going to notice when your peeler needs help, because there's a character, for example, when I'm playing Nobushi, for example, and I fight against a Shaolin. My God, I'm having such a hard time doing anything because that Shaolin, no one's doing anything to him. Nothing. I'm just constantly in the background, which is what Nobushi is supposed to do. It's like trying to be slippery, trying to get out while defending and confirming and landing damage, etc. But most of the time, you're just like in the background, not to be seen. So yeah, like nobody's peeling the Shaolin. Nobody's doing it. Sometimes they can't even get to the Shaolin, and that's fine. That happens. But when that happens, you need to take the fight to the Shaolin. You have no choice but to fight the Shaolin as if it was a 1v1 in the middle of a team, in the middle of a huge team fight. You don't have a choice. That's how it feels sometimes.
Yeah.
Unless you make the right reads, then obviously, yeah. But what you want to do is just get this guy off of you just enough so that your teammates can actually do something. That's how I've been seeing how to be successful against that. You just gotta get better reads at externals. Yeah. But you have to catch it early, though. That's the thing. Because if you don't catch it early, then you're in his mix-up. And once you're in his mix-up, his teammates are gonna confirm it, because the positioning of your teammates are not great, and they can't really peel that sometimes. So you gotta catch it early so that the entire gank doesn't happen. So that way you can actually be slippery and get away and just find a better spot to be able to peel from afar. That's how you play that.
Yeah, I would totally agree on that. Yeah. All right. Well, now that we're done with Shinobi, talk about the Moosh.
Moosh is good for onesies. Great ganker as well. He is like, his delayed heavies is what makes him a mega menace. Like super delayed, like to the point that you think he's gonna do something, or sorry, he's just stopped his pressure. Nah, it still comes out, and you constantly feel like you have to stand there all day until you get something right. Sometimes a good Musha will just throw something on purpose so that they can just blade blockade. That's it.
Yeah, I find Mushas very annoying to fight against. They're not as meta as other heroes, and a lot of people find him like kind of punishable, but only really punishable if you're always going for the blade blockade.
Yeah. What I like to do in a team fight against a Musha is the same way I would bait a Black Prior. Black Priors are meant to be like in the middle, kinda, not like super in the middle, but just enough,
Yeah.
And what they love to do is just full block. So just don't hit that full block guy. That's it. That's same as Shinobi. Just don't even hit that guy. Just make him think you're gonna do something. Nope. target switch to the other guy. So a lot of times what I like to do is with Nobushi, for example, I would pressure them for a little bit. Then suddenly, oh, they know I'm going to peel them. So they just stand there all day. And they're like, oh, I'm just going to full blow, blah, blah. You know, because I'm a dumbass. Full block everything. Flip everything. Blah, 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 blah. As if people don't see that. And then once that happens, with Nobushi at least, for example, I forward dodge into the Aramusha, but I don't fully commit to my attack. I target switch to the other guy with a fully committed attack, which would be a forward dodge light, you know, and then target back to the Aramusha because he's about to get off his full block, and then boom, all of a sudden he's eating my second and third guaranteed lights, which is a bleed. So suddenly I'm bleeding 2 people, all because I did a forward dodge pressure. That's it. When that happens, you just consistently keep doing that, and they'll be like, oh shit, I'm not really doing anything. I'm just full blocking like a moron and just not helping my teammate do anything. They realize that once I see that they're starting to do something, I can divert everything and just keep hitting him again, as if I'm peeling him all day. That's really how you deal with that. Now, there are exceptions, for example, with a Black Prior, for example. You pressured the Black Prior successfully. What do you do next? You chain heavy to the other guy. You want to chain heavy? Nope. They'll just flip right there and then, as if they can, because the recoveries from stagger somehow just allows them to flip on time on the chain heavy, which to me is like ridiculous. Unless you have the right angle unless you have the right angle, like for example with Orochi. Orochi has sometimes a really good angle that to the point that they can't even flip on time. But most of the time they can. And it really, really depends on your positioning. But in that case, once you keep seeing them do that, or when I say keep seeing them, I'm not saying like stand there and do it all day and see if he does it again. I'm talking about like you do it once, okay, they flipped your chain attack. So just don't do it again. Just bait him out again. Not bait him again. Bait him the next time. There we go. Just bait him the next time around. They're gonna flip your chain heavy. Feint into GB. That will be like a perfect time for your GB to be useful in a team fight. By the way, against the Black Prior.
Yeah.
They think they can just flip everything. So, but you're like, nope. I see what you're doing. It ain't gonna work. Let's see how many times you do it. And they just do it with muscle memory, to be honest. They can't flip everything. So with Aramusha is kind of the same thing, but without the flipping between the chain heavies. I don't think they can do it on time like that. Or at least that I have seen. What else? He doesn't exactly have the best peel either.
No.
So the way you play this character in team fights, you gotta pressure the guy that's next to you most of the time.
Yeah, give me one more second.
Yeah,
you can go ahead and keep going. I'm still listening.
Yeah, you just pressure the one guy next to you all day. You don't really switch to the other guy because you're not going to have the distance for it. So you just keep constantly like like attacking your guy. Now sometimes they're gonna dodge away from you and not deal with you. So what do? You deal with the other guy and let your teammate deal with the other guy. Sorry, with your guy. There we go. In externals, you want to do obviously your soft feints, your unblockable pressure, ring the bell. And then one thing I like to do sometimes, not all the time though, is ring the bell one dude and then chain attack into my teammate's guy so that I can somehow land damage on that guy. Or, I don't know, maybe confirm my teammate, but it really depends.
All right, I'm back.
Hello.
All right. But I mean, like, yeah, Aramusha, like, he has okay minion clear. Used to be a lot better. And then once they nerfed the tier 1 feat, then kind of made him a lot harder to clear up with. So, and again, like you said, like, he's not the best at peel, but he's good at being able to come in and just use his infinite to really put some pressure on the enemy team. One of the only heavy heroes that isn't a heavy that has Juggernaut, which works very well with his whole kit. I would say Aramusha is overall a safe pick, but not like the quote-unquote meta pick.
Yeah, Musha's like a comfort pick, in my opinion. Musha can struggle opening someone up, but once you saw that, you're golden. Struggles opening someone up. I'm not sure what scenario you're talking about. Because Musha can open up anybody pretty well.
I think he means like with being able to catch someone with an opening, just because a lot of people are reading the, like, looking for the ring the bell. If they are able to dodge away from the ring the bell, it's pretty much a free GB for the enemy. But then otherwise, you're just looking to just block.
Well, I mean, it's still an opener. I mean, you're making them do something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do I put this? Nah, I mean, his ring the bell is not really like that bad. It's not like Kensei, for example, where sometimes people can light you out of the opener. But not as much as anymore, right? Not as much because of the buff. But still, ring the bell is not bad. Like it's generally almost the same as any other bash, to be honest. Because for example,
No, go ahead.
Okay. So for example, like Warmonger's bash, you have to do a forward dodge input, and then you do a guard break for the bash, right? That's really how that works. You forward dodge and then bash. But with Aramusha, it's the same thing, only that you start with a top heavy. It's the exact same. Like it's not really any different. The only difference would be the timing of the bash. Then obviously that would be a little bit better. But I don't know. Like it's still a good opener. I don't.
Yeah. His ring the bell.
I don't think his ring the bell is that bad.
His ring the bell isn't bad, but in an anti-gank or even a 1v1 can be a bit slow. It can work, but not reliably, is all he's saying.
Oh, well, okay. I mean,
yeah. Well, I mean, that's the whole purpose of like having those mix-ups and being able to have multiple options from things. You can't have one thing just rule all. then everyone would just pick that character and just use that one move.
Yeah. I mean, in Ring the Bell, you barely have to use the Ring the Bell in an anti-gank. I mean, hell, even whatchamacallit, even good characters like even good characters, because sometimes I've seen people just do a bash and they just GB you out of that. Like, for example, what's a good one? Warlord, for example. If Warlord does a forward dodge bash into a light, suddenly they're just guard breaking you before you could do anything else. Like, now with a Warlord, if they just empty bash, then they are baiting the other guy for doing something to feed him venge. And that's it. That's pretty much all I could think about when it comes to like an anti-gank. Same with Musha. With Musha, you're just like, you're not really gonna commit to the ring the bell all the time, but you can. Sometimes all you really gotta do is like a feint, you know, a ring the bell feint. Or sorry, the hell am I saying? All you gotta do is just do a feint, and that's it. And then they'll do something, and then they'll feed you venge.
Oh yeah, and the one thing I will say about Musha, because we did test this when they came out about it with his early, like during the early access last time, is do not swap targets with Ring the Bell. It is GB bait. They said that, yeah, they went ahead and made it so like you could forward dodge into a target swap Ring the Bell. It does not work. You do not have enough. It will not like have you go forward enough for the Ring the Bell to work. So every time you do it, it's a free GB. That is the one thing I will say. Yeah, very bad target swap range. Because actually, I got to work with Faram during that one. And he was just like, oh my god, it's just GB bait. This is garbage. That shit was funny, man.
GB vulnerable is something a lot of dodge forward bashes or bash cancels don't have to deal with. I don't think so. I'm sorry. I really don't think so. Like, I mean, how do I put this?
There are certain attacks that aren't like GB vulnerable. Yes, there are some heroes that still have like GB vulnerable forward dodge bashes. But I mean, the whole thing with Aramusha is being able to feint it as well, to not throw the ring the bell, just to forward dodge heavy feint to get them to react. It's kind of like
say that last bit again.
Like kind of like whenever you like forward dodge with Kensei or you forward dodge heavy with like Zhanhu, you're kind of baiting them to do something where certain attacks are safe, certain attacks are unsafe. But it depends on the situation that you're in. Is your opponent always dodging? Then you would want to like feint that heavy into neutral instead of going for the ring the bell to catch them like with their dodge attack or catch them in the middle of a dodge so you can kind of light them out of it. Yeah. I'm not saying it can't work, but it's a risk that others don't need to take. I mean, that's how every feintable move has anyway. If you catch a feintable, yeah, if you catch a feintable move, it's meant to be punished. So if you go for the forward dodge heavy or a heavy into a soft feint bash, it's meant to be punished if you guess correctly.
Like, it just kind of sounds like doing a bash is not GPU. That's and some characters don't have to deal with that. Like, that's what that this whole situation like sounds like to me. This is not true. Like every single character can just get punished. Like like if you're dealing with an anti-gank, for example, if it's like a 1v1, sure, I can see that. I can pretty much see that. Oh, hey, Bean.
Hey, Bean. Let me punch the fair bash real quick.
Yeah, exactly. Like if it's a 1v1, I can totally see that happening. But in an anti-gank, which is probably what was mentioned earlier, aside from the 1v1, like yeah, like that's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's just one of those moves that you wouldn't want to use in a anti-gank situation, where it would be better to stall.
Yeah, if it's an anti-gank, I mean, if you're not catching this character in an anti-gank, or any character in an anti-gank because of a bash, like you're doing something wrong. Like there's no way, there's no shot. Like you're probably bad at timing that GB. That's all I'm gonna say. Like every single time I'm in an anti-gank, every time the good players do this shit. They just GB me on time because they know the timing for the bash. Or sorry, like what? Like for example, if I play, what's it called, Warmonger, for example, and I'm anti-ganking and I do a bash and I commit to the bash with a light, boom, GB, and I'm just like, oh, okay, GG. I literally just ganked myself by doing so. So a lot of times what people do instead is bash the guy, but then light attack target switch the other guy to kind of have a way to get away from that. Sometimes you even do a heavy because, heavy has hyper armor after bash. You can kind of get away with that. The point is that you don't get ganked. The point is that you stall. You're not trying to land damage, because the moment you land damage, you're like, you're basically asking yourself to get ganked. Not all the time. This is why a lot of times the good players, what they do is they chain heavy, but they don't come into the chain heavies. They just feint into something else constantly, all day, because they're not GBable. Yeah. That's how you get away from that.
You kind of just forced to take whatever your opponent throws at you, whether other heroes have more options and ganks, with their bashes being more valuable. Not every hero mind, but more or less. Yeah, the way that they gave Aramusha's bash is meant to be more of a confirmed damage and to initiate his mix-up type of situation, but is not. Right. It's not a bash that is on par with like a Varangian Guard or a Warlord or a Conqueror, because it's not his main initiator. It's more of something they gave him to help out in ganking, in confirming damage in that initial startup of a fight, but it's not based around his kit. His kit is more along the lines of his deadly feints, which work a lot more than you would think. And that's why his bash isn't as potent, I would say. Drawing going to open up people with some help. That's where you gotta make that read of feinting that heavy and seeing what your opponent is doing to know exactly what your game plan is.
Wait, am I reading that right? Go for external ganks setup, but you aren't going to
open up.
Open up people without some help. Well, not exactly. I mean, you can still open someone up. So, like, even an external, like, now if you're like, okay, so, oops, I didn't mean to hit the mic. So, for example, if I was playing, I hit the mic again. If I was playing like a character like Raider, for example, and I'm externaling somebody, and I'm having them do some ridiculous shit on me, and I'm just like dodging to the side. Raider's dodge is insane. I can literally easily get away from shit without having to ever worry. They can't reach. Like their chase is not going to compare to that side dodge. But if the character doesn't have a good side dodge or having a way to get the hell out, then obviously the opening people up is kind of gonna work.
Not saying you can win a 1v4 with Soha if you really wanted to, but it's not nearly as easy as it could be with someone else. That's all he's saying. Yeah. Well, not every hero is meant to be, good for every single situation. That's why each hero has its own specialties,
I like what Jones said.
I was waiting for him to say
You mean the
something.
portal he opens up? You mean the portal he opens up and comes out the other end? Yes. That kind of dodge.
Now we need a Raider outfit with a cape to make him Doctor Strange.
Oh my god. That would be pretty awesome, I'm not gonna lie. But holy shit.
The hero skin Raider deserved for getting that Bolthorn one.
I love screaming Raider dodge. It's just hilarious. It's just like, you want to catch me? Raider dodge. What did you want to? Not Raider dodge. Yes. GG. Good luck catching me.
He's talking about the old GB dodge. Well, I mean, to relive that, you just play Kensei with his forward dodge bash, forward dodge grab.
Oh dear.
One of the only heroes that still has a GB dodge attack.
Yeah, that dodge GB thingy, that was a way to get away from soft feints. GB. He can just easily get out. Easily.
Yeah, that dodge GB was one of the biggest memes in the entire game. See a little shinobi just charging up his heavy from back in the day, going for the range guard break, and you just dodge GB off the ledge yourself.
Rape Raider dodge GB. The stunning tap. Yeah.
My eyes are still recovering.
You think I can make a counter? I'm still being blinded by flashbangs. It reminds me of that one guy that plays Call of Duty and starts like yapping and just trolling the hell out of people, saying Thunderbolt, Thunderbolt, fire, or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? That one content creator. Oh man, I love that guy. It's so funny. Well, he's a wizard. He even had a wizard get up and everything. It's so Oh, well, I remember. It's not Thunderbolt. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. Fire missile or missile. Whatever the fuck.
Magic missile. That's what you're thinking of.
Magic missile.
Because he was the D&D guy. That's why he was. Yeah.
Yeah. Magic missile. Magic missile. Fuck. Anyway, that shit's funny. Anyway.
And while we're on the Raider topic, really quick, actually, one of my favorite videos with Raider has got to be the Stampede video that Jerome did with Flux Deluxe. Like 30-minute montage of just nothing but just them doing Raider shit and 4v4ing Raider back in the day. when
Wait.
Raider had like hyper armor on his knee and shit, and you would everyone would just throw heavies, top heavies, just nonstop.
Oh yeah. That was busted.
Oh man.
Who was he doing that with? Sorry, that's what
It was Flux Deluxe. It was a Jerome video. You'll know when you see it. It's just like 4 Raiders silhouetted in like a black and red like background.
Oh,
Oh,
gotcha.
it's such a great video.
I
It's
see.
old school though. We were still forced on red and blue on a blue or orange team back then.
Blue or orange.
Yeah, when we still couldn't, have our own drip because we had to color match it with blue or orange.
Hello, Morty. How's it going?
Hello, Morty.
My fellow IT mans. Hello. That is me.
All right, now we get off of our rant and our derailment. Let's get back onto the track with a little bit of Hito.
Man.
I know.
We gotta get back to the podcast. No, I'm just playing.
Well, this is the great thing about podcasts. It's just we do whatever the fuck we want. We're just chilling. We structure it however we want to structure it.
Yes, indeed.
But Hito charge heavies are absolutely insane. I love Hito's like charge heavies. Her kick sweep mix up is a great tool to get people dodging, get people moving away from certain things, especially with how late you can delay Hitokiri dodge. There was at one point I was in a match fighting against a Yorm who would dodge attack every time I would dodge halfway through like the kick animation, and I would just kick the Yorm's dodge attack away every single time because it would track. Oh my god, some of the funniest shit. He was like, "You gotta be hacking. There's no way." I'm like, "I'm just delaying the bash, bro." But yeah, like Hito's tracking on her bash is some of the most insane shit. And if you get the timing down right, you could just bash dodge attacks away from you. Last minute, just.
Can I just say something about Hito real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Man, fuck a Hito, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. Hito's a menace.
Did we talk about Nobu? Yeah, we talked about Nobu. We talked about Nobu after Kensei because we went on like that Nobu rant off of it.
Yeah.
And Hito was one of the most banned characters in tournaments, by the way. Thought I should mention that. Yeah.
Like, if you can react to his damn charged heavies, GG. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, but it is one of the harder moves to get that hard read on, though.
Yeah.
But decent hitboxes, really good to clear up minion lane, really good at just being able to stall a whole team fight, especially with a Hito that has like heal on block, is really, really good. Feintable kick went all the way up to when it's touching your face. Yeah. I love a good Hito. Really can dictate the amount, like the pacing of a fight. And she has a bug where she has a shorter GB vulnerability on her heavy startup than every character in the game. Yeah, I think that comes down to because of when her hyper armor starts there being. I think that's where that quote unquote bug comes from. And then they fixed it when they got rid of her, they made her hyper armor start later, and now they found like the sweet spot for her heavy. And they sped up her heavies if you got the GB Vone. Yeah. But I mean, she's a like for me, I find Hito as a very good like point defender. Just being able to stall out, wait for teammates to come in, and then just bring the pain in those situations. So you could just early parry and it would beat the feint to GB every time. Mm-hmm. Option select by pressing heavy. Well, I mean, that's right now what we're dealing with Sohei. It's feint into zone for everything. Option select by feinting into zone.
Feinting into zone.
Mm. But yeah, I love playing Hito. Like for me, I find Hito as a comfort pick, being able to just really stall out and wait for teammates while also having the opportunity to catch someone going for the parry, missing the parry timing, and just getting my offense in. I love it. And Sohei Zone is actually like top one move on right now, I swear. It is. I mean, I'm not gonna. I don't take any pride in it, but Rippy was fucking up my Peacekeeper in a Sohei 1v1 in the tournament, and it was on for everyone to watch, and I was just getting dumpstered by it. Oh my god, was that fucking annoying.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I was
sometimes,
so pissed.
Yeah, sometimes against a Sohei, I'm just like, I'm forced to just watch and then do something. Mm-hmm. That's how that feels. And a 1v1 against that guy.
And while we're on Sohei,
to watch him.
Might as well talk about
it. It. You know what this character reminds me of? Somehow, you know that meme, or not meme, the video of a guy doing a bungee jump, and he goes like, "Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something." You know, like that guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he reminds me of right there. Constantly just yelling that fucking shit, and then you're like, "What the fuck?" You know, like. That's how that feels like.
Sohei and Highlander Zone basically serving the same purpose. Mm-hmm. I mean, right now, since we're talking about Sohei, we'll switch over and talk about Sohei really fast. Good minion clear is just an absolute staller. He is the meat shield.
Meat shield.
Yeah,
that's funny.
I find Sohei like those boss battles in fighting games where like the boss is just standing there and letting you attack, but he's just cooking up a plan to just fuck you up. Like Galactus in Super in Marvel vs. Capcom 3 type of situation, or Sigma right now in the Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite type of situation. Even like the Azael character in Tekken, where it's just like this big behemoth of a man or a monster that is just standing in front of you, and you can attack it. But if he's able to get his attack in, he's just going to get you to start panicking, doing dumb shit, and then once he gets that really good bait, it's just one shot, you're dead.
Yeah.
And so A's 2 builds, one shot everything and double health bar. Mm-hmm. Especially with the double health bar, being able to stall his ass off if he has his like souls going into a fight where he's just stalling for his life. He gets one good parry where he gets a second to breathe. Boom, his health bar's back. And that's a lot of reps on Hito. Mm-hmm.
Homie Doogie.
Yeah.
Or Home Doogie.
I go with Homie Dougie. Like Doug. The Homie Dougie.
Oh, yeah. That makes more sense.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I've always loved Hito. But like Sohei is just, for me, before he had his hyper armor, he was a giant babysitter that was kind of useless if he didn't have a kid to watch. Now he's just that big brother that's just like, come into this room. Trust me, we'll have fun. And then you go into a room and he just stands at the door and he goes, try to get out.
Try me.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. That's a funny image. His health can get very high health. The hunter perk of his nose is sweet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his feat for the health consumption, not the, what's it called? The second feat, not the health consumption. I don't even know why I said the
Soul
word consumption.
Soother. That's what it's called, Soul
the
Soother.
Soul Soother. Yeah, that fully, nah, bro. That thing is a menace. Honestly,
it is.
You can stall for days with that. For days.
Then having the attack buff to get the extra chip damage while you're like in the middle of like trying to stall with all the hyper armor. It's really, really good. Because that ancillary might does work on chip damage.
Like, oh shit. I hit something. His gangs are pretty good. They're not like, nah. Well, I mean, it's still pretty good. I would say, still pretty good. Is there like 100 to 0 with this character? I have no idea.
I don't know if there is right now. I don't remember. I have to go through the like when we were testing with Sohei. But that was a long time ago with how he has everything.
Let's see. Well, anyway, his gangs are pretty decent. His team fighting is not it's not bad anymore. Now with this hyper armor crap, that's kind of annoying. Yeah, it's not too bad. I would still not pick him as a first or second pick or anything like that. If anything, maybe like a third pick as well. Yeah. But that's just me. That's just my take. I haven't really dabbled too much with the Sohei, but I have seen a lot of people play Sohei in a very competitive manner. So I don't know.
Yeah, I just find like what initially happened with Sohei was Ubisoft tried something new to give us some type of new mechanic to give us, some extra spice in the world of For Honor, and it didn't work. And now they're working on trying to make it work still. These characters in any game, like characters that are very dependent on getting their stacks, are always a little bit tougher in the beginning. Once people find out how to get those stacks, it gets boosted up and the character starts becoming a little bit more viable. So like when this character first came out and I did a lot of the testing with the early access, I already knew. I was just like, yeah, like this character is that niche pick. It's not even like a pick. It's more of like a meme pick. And I already knew like it was a character I did not want to play until the character got buffed up a little bit. But the amount of shit that came out when this hero came out and people were like, oh my god, it's a one shot.
Yeah.
Oh man, it brings me back to the time when they released Zhanhu and they just everyone complained about, oh my god, unblockable lights. And then like after a month or two, they were like, oh, this character is actual shit. And then they had to like fix his like dodge cancel recoveries and all that to get him to like work. Same thing with Sohei. But they actually, put they actually fixed Sohei a lot faster than they did Zhanhu.
Oh, my ear is itching like crazy right now.
His pin can be difficult in times in ganks, but it works similar enough to Pirate, so it wouldn't surprise me if he had an infinite.
Yeah.
It takes a while to get a character like this though on the lab table properly. Sohei is just one of those heroes that takes a long time to experiment with. Oh my god. Bless you. Jesus.
Sorry. I died for a second.
jump scare in the middle of the video.
Sorry. I didn't mean to scare Break. I apologize.
And you keep
I'm
saying
alive,
that the slightest change could always skyrocket a hero into viability, and the slightest nerf can knock a hero into being absolutely useless. But he did need it. He needed something. But I feel like Sohei's one of those heroes that it's going to need constant tweaking of everything to make sure everything's working.
Yeah. So it's pretty annoying.
Mm-hmm.
What's the next character? Kyoshin.
Yeah,
right?
Kyoshin.
Onesies are good. Team fight is good. I think this character is pretty well rounded. I would say has literally just about everything that you need. Yeah. Yeah. The only thing that might be a little bit different would be the chase. It might not be as good as Orochi, but he has a decent chase. Catching people from getting the hell away. I still find it funny how whenever he does his right side chain heavy, it just catches people from far away. Versus the left one, it doesn't really do as much. I don't know why. So funny.
Well, I feel that just goes with like the animation, since like in his left hand is his scabbard, so he doesn't have as much range. So technically, animation wise, yeah. Otherwise, it would just look really awkward for you getting hit by his scabbard. Kind of like how in Tekken, like certain heroes are safer to side dodge on certain attacks because of their some of their like their sidestep attacks are easily, like some of their attacks are easily sidestepped on one side than it is another.
Indeed. I wonder if there's a clip of me like playing Kyoshin in an anti-gang situation.
Probably.
I'm sure there is. Because I did that pretty recently as well.
He like, and just like like Spruce says, he's pretty much baby's first setup character.
Yeah.
I felt underpowered when he first came out. Yeah, Kyoshin did feel very underpowered when he first came out, and he felt like he was just constantly staying in Kaze stance and just waiting for someone to hit him. Which he's kind of at now, but he does have a lot more oomph to him. I will say does his forward dodge bash is not the absolute best because it's so animated. It's very easy to see when it's coming out. So not the best in a 1v1 situation. To get someone to move. But besides that, really good team fighter, able to stall his fucking ass off. With his Kyoshin Kaze stance into zone back into Kaze stance is a good minion clears tool. But I feel like Kyoshin's one of those characters that you can kind of get too comfortable with his full block, kind of like a Black Prior. But Kyoshin does have a faster way of getting out of getting GB'd by, you know, slamming his light as soon as he sees the enemy move and being able to safely use his Kaze cuts and not get GB'd.
Yeah, Kyoshin is I don't know, Kyoshin can be really deceptive for me. Really, really deceptive. Like the fact that the fact that you can just fast flow into Kaze stance is what throws me off a lot. I mean, unless you're expecting it, of course, but sometimes like you can just act upon it whenever you want. That's like the best thing out of this character. You can just do whatever you want at any time during that full stance, full block stance.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really know what to think of this other than his ganks. His ganks are insane. Pretty confirmed.
Oh yeah.
Man, I really want to find this clip.
Oh, you're digging.
Oh, I'm digging. Digging.
You can chalk it up to people not willing to experiment outside of sitting in stands, but he did have some issues that I actually liked, but won't get into it. Oh, what's up there, Mexi? He's really good at stalling ganks. Fujin Force is really underrated counterattack. Yeah. Let's say Fujin Force is one of those moves, though, that I find, at least in the way that when I play Kyoshin, where it kind of has a middle ground between like a Tiandi dodge light and a Shaolin key stance light. Input of catching people with that Fujin Force, where I'll go for it, and every single time I'll get hit out of it because I'm either too early or too late. Every fucking time with Kyoshin. But that is probably a timing thing with me, because Fujin Force is very situational. Yeah, it is very strict. I would say the more stricter one is the Tiandi side dodge light. That thing is brutal to try to get down whenever I'm trying to get it right, man. Every time I get hit in the face.
Reminds me of that Linkin Park song.
Which one?
Try so hard.
Oh yeah.
I can't find it. Come on. Oh, I got it somewhere.
Too many clips, man. The life of a content creator, trying to figure out where everything is.
Literally.
All right, so this is probably a you question there, Psych, because it's from Rosh. He goes, "Can we get some opinion about Arthur?" Who's Arthur?
It's not author. It's Arthur.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't even answer that question. He's just being a papega.
One of those inside jokes in my own chat, and I don't know about it.
I messed up, not gonna lie. You always ask the same fucking question every day. Shut your mouth.
No, author, I did not summon you. I said Arthur.
Oh, it sounded like you said author.
Yeah. Sword and Stone was a little underwhelming, but the other stories are quite good. Speaking of, I have never, like, since we're talking about King Arthur now, since Bruce brought it up, I have never been able to use that emote where you're pulling like the ghost sword out of the ghost stone.
Really?
I've never gotten it in game. In game, I've never gotten it.
No way, dude.
Mm-hmm. Like, I've gotten it when I was like in a like it's just sitting in the training arena, but in game, never. I tried doing it all the time with my with Warmonger, can never get it.
Damn, bro. You are
once
missing out.
Once we get back on track there, Royal, we're gonna be starting with Tiandi. We just finished all of the samurais, but I know Psyched is in the middle of digging through his computer right now.
Yes, mega digging.
But yeah, I would find like Kyoshin's a really good team fighter, really good, like decent at clearing out minion lane, but not too crazy. But now being able to get your stamina back in Kaze stance makes him a lot more viable, a lot more where he's not like panting every 2 seconds. Medjay's coming at 11 p.m. Don't worry, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me. I mean, the last episode that we did was we got it cut down to 3 hours and 46 minutes. So minimum you have to wait is like 9, I would say. Like the max you have to wait is like 9 o'clock to get to Medjay. And his kick is a good opener now. I mean, it's still very noticeable though, like Kyoshin's kick. Like if you're like when I tried to do Kyoshin in the duel tournament, I could never get it to land. Never get it to land unless they were like already in the middle of doing some long ass dodge attack. And then I was able to like feint my heavy into my kick. I got you, Royal. But yeah, like reaction wise, I have such a hard time with Kyoshin. Such a hard time with Kyoshin. What's going on over here? Oh. Had a notification on fucking Discord.
What's I really want to find this clip.
Pause the whole podcast for a clip. Gotta find it.
Gotta find it. Yeah.
Well, while he's finding it,
podcast, nah, clip.
It being noticeable isn't necessarily a bad thing. You could do some off the wall dodge forward tech with Kyoshin. Mm-hmm. But yeah, just trying to let that thing fly for me. I always get hit, like dodged out of it.
Come on, man. It was a harbor map. Harbor. Where is it?
That's why I try to go through like all of my clips as fast as possible. And then once I do, then I have everything sorted properly when I can put all my clips into the hero that they belong to.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
Oh, you should see my folder. My folder is ridiculous. I have clips used, clips not used yet, and then in all the clips used ones, you open that one up. It's slotted by faction. Then you click the faction, slotted by hero. Click hero. It's super nitpicky, like OCD fucking like fucking setup.
Very OCD.
I'm surprised I haven't switched it to like, you know, putting the clips into each year.
Each year. Wow.
Oh, I have years and years of clips still, like on this one hard drive.
Why, and you haven't posted them or something?
No. I'll keep the raw footage while I post out the videos, and then the videos, once I'm done with a year, I'll look through the videos really quick, and I have them saved up every year. So if I want to do like a best of, I can do a best of video, and then if I don't, and I'm just like, well, I kind of missed my chance because January is a big, like January, February is really big for Honor. I end up not doing them, and then I just delete those videos from my hard drive, but I do keep the raw footage still.
I see.
And that's some Navy redundancy that I grew to like. Everything has to be somewhat fucking organized, man, or I'm not going to find it. And the one time I need it in an emergency is the one time that it won't be in its one fucking place, and I will lose my shit. Especially when it comes to like damage control things, like when things aren't where they're supposed to be. I lose my shit over it, man. I give Navy a lot of shit, but you guys always had your shit on point. Yeah, because otherwise we'd fucking get sent them to Captain's Mess. Our guys were not very lenient in that situation. That was the one thing in the military that was like ingrained into me, is the redundancy of redundancy of redundancy. Check this, check that, make sure this is there, make sure that's there. You don't even want to look at like the book bag I have for tools. Oh my god. I open it up and it's like an actual like toolbox, like a tool case where everything's set it up and slotted for everything. It looks like that inside the book bag, and you're like, what the fuck is that? It's like it was built for those tools. It's like, But while he's digging and an ad starts, we'll go off with Tiandi. One of the best zones to do really good minion clear with. A really good zone just to change your position in a team fight because it has so much forward movement. A really good bash undodgeable mix-up pressure from his neutral. One of the most annoying characters for me to fight against, and one of the characters I am really bad at playing as because I feel like I only do toothpick damage. Mr. fucking what? She fucking the meme of fucking Tiandi.
Tiandi meme,
yeah.
the what's it called again? Fuck. What was the lyrics again?
It was like
the Piao Piao.
Yeah.
No, the Piao Piao song. There you go.
Yeah. God. But yeah, literally just like he's good in ones, really good, like one of the best characters at just stalling a fucking point just because you're just dodging every which way, shape, and form to get away from your enemy.
True.
Tiandi is MC Hammer. Can't touch us. Da, 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 da.
Literally. MC Hammer. Down.
Mm-hmm.
Is MC Hammer even alive?
I think he still is, actually.
Damn, he is? That's crazy, bro.
I believe he is. Yeah, he's 62. Still alive.
Wow. Grandpa. Got it.
Bro, we're in our mid-30s. We're grandpas compared to his Twitch chat.
Oh, God. Oh, please don't say that.
I know, man. I know. Well, nowadays to Twitch chat, anything that's like older than like 22 is considered ancient fucking creators.
I guess. Jeez.
That's why VTubers are only good for a few years, and then all of a sudden, like if they're not into it, they fall off so hard. Listening to the oldies right now. We're classics, Bruce. We're not like fine wine, but we're like vinyl records. Like always collectible, always needed, but not produced anymore.
Damn. What a way to call me old.
No, we're vintage.
Oh, vintage.
We're nostalgic.
That's so funny, bro.
But we don't go bad. That's the thing. We're not like wine. We don't go bad.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I'm not exactly a spring chicken, but I'm not the one streaming boomer.
Oh God, who said that?
Spruce.
Of course. Of course it was Spruce. Ow.
But yeah, I find like Tiandi's really good at like being able to punish people in fights trying to get out of fights. Very good at punishing like reaction dodges and just keeping somebody in a fight while your teammate is doing damage. But for me, I always find like I constantly, whenever I'm playing as Tiandi, constantly am stalled out because I feel like I can never get enough pressure. I always feel like I just do toothpick damage. But that is me not having as much playtime with Tiandi as I would like to, though, and not getting as good with the hero. But being able to have the pressure of throwing the light and then getting that light into the heavy, like, is very, very satisfying for Tiandi. And I feel like once you get that heavy is like, that's where the team, like where the fight turns in your favor. If you're able to land a heavy as Tiandi, that's where your heavy, like that's where your pressure comes from.
All right, I'm gonna take a break from digging. All right, let me see.
You want Tiandi, sir?
Oh no, psych, hers is back. No, it wasn't even my back. Hey,
No,
just catching up. Meth, fuck you, Spruce.
No, that's me, bro. Last night I hurt my back so bad I ended stream early because I was just I was like, bro, I'm sitting in this chair, my back is killing me. I can't deal with this right now.
Spruce sounding like one of my moderators. What's his name? Badaza.
Mm.
He be calling me, all kinds of shit. He could be calling me old man, nerd, hackerman, cheater, scripter. He be calling me all who named it? But that's an unresolved mystery. Exactly. He be calling me all kinds of shit, and it's just funny. He be bullying me, but I bully him back. That's what moderators are for.
Mm.
Anyway, that's kind of what it reminds me.
Mm.
All
But
right.
yes, you want Tiandi.
So Tiandi. Okay, Tiandi in a team fight or like 4v4s, a lot of times you just want to find duels. Although he doesn't do technically too bad in team fights. And it's all because of his ability to reach people, especially with that zone attack.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, a lot of times you just want to kind of 1v1 people a lot. He's the one character that it's kind of like playing Gladiator, but obviously as Tiandi. You just want to keep them on the side. He's just dodging shit. He thinks you can gank him, but not really. It's kind of like that a little bit. Let me see. What are things that would separate? Not separate. That would be pretty unique about him in team fights. Other than that, I wouldn't say his crushing counters. I think just the fact that you can just annoy people with the dragon dodge, the dodge heavy, is just annoying itself, because people are looking at you and they're like trying to get you, but they can't. And when they do, it's like, oh, well, my team, the teammate is already like landing damage on you. I don't know. It's a bit weird. I think of Tandy like as a distraction, to be honest. Rather than like a little fly just kind of annoying you. And you're just trying to swat it, but you can't. Kind of like that.
Just a big horsefly.
Literally. Yeah, exactly. Like a horsefly.
Like, he's annoying, but he takes little bites out of you, but he's he can't get him off of you. Can't get him out of the house.
Exactly.
But once he's able to isolate someone, like, that's where he shines. Being able to isolate someone, just stalling his ass off if you give him attention. A lot of times, if I ever see like a Tiandi in like a team fight, I just walk away. I'm just like, yeah, no. Tiandi's in a 2v1. Okay, you guys deal with that. I'm gonna go clear minions.
Damn, bro, like that.
With how many times I just watch people just have struggle with like trying to catch a Tiandi. Like, come on, man. Come on. You could do it. Especially heroes that have like neutral undodgeables and they just sit there and don't throw them. It's like, oh my god. Like, even just feinting like I would say feinting a heavy from Zhanhu's right side against a Tiandi is one of the biggest baits, just because they're like, oh, the zone's coming. Crushing counter light, and that's where you get your parry. Like, something as small as that to bait a Tiandi in, that I don't see people do, and it's so frustrating to see.
Yeah.
Tiandi is the native for honor. No, I would say horsefly. Like, just super duper annoying, but he's not numerous. And hey, especially with the Halloween update when they nerfed the female Tiandi voice. They nerfed the fuck out of that, bro. It sounds like it's like guttural like female Tiandi voice. Like, when we were doing the testing for that, like for the early access stuff for the Halloween event, I was like, oh, it must just sound really weird because it's Tiandi, because it sounded like it was far away and it sounded almost like guttural. And then when we played in an actual fight, like after the patch went live, I was like, oh, it just sounds like that even when you're close by. It's like, the fuck, man? Female Tiandi just went and smoked like a whole carton of cigarettes before this fight went down.
Jeez.
Like, good God, what the fuck? I just muted the TV when I saw the Tiandi. Easy fix.
That's crazy. But who said that? Oh, I see.
Spruce, yeah. And Tiandi and Gryphon share a similar change where the bash input was changed. Yeah. I feel like they changed that bash input after they realized, it wasn't good for Warden, so they kind of did it to everybody. for like the backwards dodge bash and going the backward dodge input for the holding back input for bash. I feel like they fixed it for Warden. They were like, it fixed it for it fixed Warden stop like back dodging out of fights all the time. So then they just did a blanket change with Gryphon and Tiandi with that as well.
Indeed.
You don't remember Warden having that input? Yeah, Warden used to have a back dodge bash for his bash, backwards input for his bash. That was a long time ago, though.
Oh, I thought I found it.
Yeah, it was his back dodge bash, but then they were like, well, Gryphon and Tiandi had something similar, so they changed it up too. Even though it wasn't like a backwards bash thing. But I understand where they were going with it, where it kind of feels like a holding back attack in like Tekken, where like you're holding back to block and then you're able to punish like right away with an inputted like back dodge, like back input attack. That hurts your brain. Yeah, I mean, I would say it's pretty much Ubisoft over simplifying things to make it easier for people that aren't big fighting game players to understand why things are done in a certain way, and that's how they kind of like dictate that to the team in that sense. The reasoning not to input, yeah, I feel like it's more along the lines of, because a lot of Ubisoft developers aren't really big in the fighting game, since none of them really have a fighting game, that they're like, okay, this is similar to this, so then we just blanket it. Kind of like when you tell someone when they're first starting Street Fighter and you're like, oh, you want to win, just input Zangief Tornado Lariat. And they just input it and win because the opponent has no idea how to counter it. It's kind of like that, where you give them like a blanket term of like, spam this one move because it's spammable and not really like, and you could constantly bring it into other like, for someone that doesn't know what they're doing to understand that they could just spam a move and win pretty much.
Mm-hmm. We call those brain dead.
Mm-hmm. But I would say it's not totally a Ubisoft developer problem. It's more along the lines of the developer not being good in those games or not knowing how to play those games, but they know how to animate and stuff like that. So they're like, it's more of a industry type of thing where you're getting people to come in to do the work of making the game look wonderful and play good, but they don't understand the mechanics of what they're doing. So you have to like simplify it for them to understand why they're doing certain things. And I feel like that's where a lot of the balance, like some of the balance changes where we kind of sit there and scratch our heads, are kind of like, that's where it stems from, is oversimplification of terms. There's a few problems with Far Iron development cycle, but that's a topic for another podcast episode. True. But yeah, now that we're kind of done talking about Tiandi, let's move on to the JJ.
JJ, man. JJ.
All right, so with JJ, one of the best bash initiators in the game, just because it has that like pinning situation to it, where it's not like a regular bash, but you get stuck in that animation of him kicking you in the shin, which acts like a pin, which is crazy. Like you can delay his light after his bash really, really long to set up a lot of gank situations. Having the hyper armor on his startup heavies to get people to block in a certain direction. Having his Sifu stance to get out of after he's done attacking, after like getting out of a retaliation attack, going into an unblockable right afterwards if you get that bait. And just overall very very mobile as a heavy character. Puts him up there as being very, competitively viable. I say like JJ kind of struggles in the 1v1s in the 1v1 area, but he's just very good at stalling, very good at being a nuisance in a positive team fight. Like if you're fighting a 3v4 and you're on the 4 side, JJ is very, very good with his hitboxes, able to do a lot of damage, making people react. But 1v1, it just becomes just, all right, I'm looking for the block. He dodged forwards. As soon as I see him lift up his his weapon, I dodge because I know the kick is coming. Against someone who reacts really, really well, JJ can get shut down pretty quickly. But I would say, for the most part, just a really big team fighter. Dictates when the ganks start. Is really good initiator in his fights. Overall, a very good character, and also really good at minion clear too, because he has such a wide sweeping attack, like wide sweeping hitboxes. Really, really good in that regard. And just sit there, stall a point, and wait for your teammates to come in so you can gank. So I would say overall a solid pick, and even in competitive, a solid pick.
Yeah, in competitive is definitely one of the biggest picks out there.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
You're still digging, aren't you?
I'm still digging. I hate fighting a good JJ. I really do. Like, good JJs are just slippery as fuck, man. You gotta play them like your life, like your life depends on it, almost. Like, what do I mean by that? You can't just do things with this character, but when you do, you go all the way out. You go ham on it. But the way you play this character, you have to play it perfectly, or otherwise you just fall pretty damn hard. So, because a lot of times JJ just doesn't really do much other than just dodge attacking or dodging away from you, and you don't really have much of a choice but to deal with that. Like his dodge attack alone is just an interesting thing to see. Like, you can just get away with so much. Not even funny. Like, it's insane. His best peel is a side dodge heavy. It says side dodge. What the fuck am I saying? Oh my god. I'm losing brain cells right now. A neutral side heavy. That's what I meant to say. Not a dodge attack side. It's a neutral side heavy. His peel. It's like you said, his bash allows him to just do things when it comes to ganks. Or when it comes to like team fighting as well. That definitely is like a big thing. What else? A lot of times this character is purely going to be landing damage a lot, because as soon as you line people up, you just start throwing all the heavies, all of them. They just start getting hit by everything. Like, you can't just throw everything when they're not even lined up correctly. You gotta line them up as a line, obviously, right? And that's it. Just spam everything. It's just gonna, because you can just unblockable all day. Just spin that thing. Yeah, motherfucker. A helicopter.
The
What
unblockable
else?
helicopter, man.
Unblockable helicopter. It's a very good character for like characters against Varangian, for example. It's a big menace to him.
Yeah. Really good against full block characters, really good against characters that are looking to punish you from a whiff attack just because of your Sifu stance. Even as, and there are many ways to like play as JJ as well. Like, even if you're at a point of you have some of the best like team fighters in the game that are playing. One thing that I like to do with JJ, with one of his feats that not a lot of people use, is his giving everyone full stamina whenever you're sitting in Sifu stance. So just running up into a fight and just fainting my heavy, going into Sifu stance, and then just waiting for the waiting 1 second for the proc to give everyone their stamina back up in a like really big fight. I find that a lot of fun to do. And just really picking up the pace of your team, where like maybe they're on a full-fledged offense and they're getting ready for their defense phase, and you're just like, nah. But being
I should
able
dabble more on using that, honestly.
Yeah, it's one of those things I find just absolutely insane, especially if you're like running into a team fight where like people are in trouble.
Yeah. What is that feat again? What tier?
It is tier 2.
Oh, tier 2.
It's his benefaction.
Okay. I see.
It's not like absolutely like it's not as viable and competitive just because you have Inspire and Executioner's Respite on it as well. But running into someone who maybe like if you were fighting a team that focus a lot on stamina pressure, so you have like Black Prior, a Warden, even a Yorm that's ready for like to do her mix up to like slam you into the ground. And characters that really benefit from you being out of stamina, just running up as JJ in the middle of that fight while they're all focused on that one person, you're just like, Sifu, heal, get all your stamina back, and you're like, what the fuck?
I see. I could probably just like use it as every time I go against players who don't know what the hell they're doing. And just practice on it, and see, or not practice, just kind of test it out.
It's a fun little feat, and it basically says never run out of stam. So if you have a character that is like someone who's constantly that you run into a fight and you're like 2v1, and the guy's just waiting for the enemy to run out of stamina so he can get a turn on some offense, you're just like, yeah, no. I love running that feat. Just clear out minion lane, go up to the point, and then stand in Sifu while you're in the middle of that fight, and you're just like, yeah, you could look at me, but my teammates are still just going to attack you out of it because they don't run out of stam because I'm just sitting here in my stance.
Indeed.
It's a very fun, unique feat that I love to use. But yeah, and then also with his what is it? The healing aura thing that he has, the soothing mist and phalanx on top of that, like as an entire setup to like constantly be pretty much like a general watching what's going on in the fight and helping out his teammates without feeding revenge. Passively is a great team fight advantage. And even like his like little firework thing that he has, bro, that comes in clutch so often. It's not even funny.
Yeah, that can be pretty annoying. Yeah, that tier 4. I mean,
Especially lining it up right underneath someone's foot, and you're just like instant out of stamina from out of nowhere.
Yeah. Indeed.
Like, I would say one of my favorite team ups are probably JJ and Yorm. Just because Yorm can just go all in, not have to worry about stamina pressure, and just swing for the fucking fences.
I see.
Oh, like Yorm went for his bash and he missed, and he got, dodged into GB. Get out of Sifu stance, forward dodge bash. Just go right back into the mix up. And then once you save your Yorm, just go back into Sifu.
Jeez.
And we did have a great match as JJ and Valk in the tourney. We did have a great match with JJ and Valk in the tourney. I love JJ, man. JJ's so fun. But just being able to be in the fight, seeing what's happening, and being able to have feats that overall just dictate what happens, like giving you an attack buff, being able to give you your stamina back, being able to heal someone, being able to give someone shields, is so tremendous in a fight where a lot of feats to help out teammates end up feeding a little bit of revenge because it does hit them, but being like passive AoEs that don't affect the enemy and don't feed revenge to give your teammate just that little bit of an oomph to win a team fight is astronomical when it comes to like benefiting a team fight. And then being able to just get that extra bash to really finish off a fight, like to confirm damage for the kill. Big time. Big time. Big time.
Big.
Well, let's pull my girl out, actually. One of the most controversial heroes in the game, I would say, my baby girl, Nuxia. So
There's a lot of makeup. Holy.
Oh, I know. I know. But
jeez.
My baby girl, Nuxia. I find
it's very typical, very traditional.
Oh yeah. Have you ever seen the demon Nuxia that I have?
I know. Please do show.
So this is the demon Nuxia here. But the reason why I have this like this.
What the
yeah. It's I love this fit. But the crazy portion of this fit is the effect that I have on her with it. So back in the day, they gave us that Virapusa mask, the mask outfit for the Halloween mask that they gave the Wulin a while back. But with this ornament, you can actually go into the effects, and it gives her a horned demon look because of the way that that ornament comes through the mask.
Huh. Done my glass. Looks sick.
I love this drip.
Sick.
I love that drip on Nuxia. And bearded with the resub with the Prime for 23 months. Hell yeah, man. Remember when the Mass Effects were cool? This is why we liked them. Yeah. When we liked them because they did dumb shit. But
I never thought I'd see Nuxia like that, not gonna lie.
Oh yeah. And then we have the pink lemonade look that I have with her.
The pink lemonade. That's hilarious. Yeah, it fits. The pink lemonade.
But this was my original Nuxia, but I had the burning forest on her, so she just looked like a giant yellow highlighter just walking around the field. I've only done very, very tiny changes to my Nuxia. Actually, this Nuxia was the start of my content creating career.
Oh, I bet.
Because it was my number one Nuxia versus number one JJ on Xbox, which I ended up having to fight Hulk for a King Angelus video, then having to call out keyboard warriors in the comments of that video because I did so shit because it was like 11 o'clock in the morning when I was going to bed at like 4, so I had to stay up for that match. I'd be all the way up. I'd be streaming from like 2 to 6 at that time. And I stayed up to do that video. And my God, was I exhausted.
My goodness.
And what's up there, Holy? Who'd I recommend in Dominion? At a certain level, when you're talking about like viability for who you want to play as a hero, pick the hero that you really, really want to go with. And learn that hero. Because everyone's somewhat viable. Some heroes not so much, but when it comes to high level and low level, there's a big skill gap. So just having your fun in the game until you get to a point where you understand that is big. And am I allowed to play a couple of games with you or not really? Not tonight there, Thomas. Right now we are doing a podcast, but whenever I do normally stream, we do play 4v4 where as long as you're following, you could send me a message on AbreakNrun and I could pick you on up. So, not tonight, but the next night, yes. And what's up there, Morals? It's been a while since I've seen you. How are you? No, you just send me a friend request on Ubisoft Connect, and then I'll be able to accept messages for you there, Thomas. But you still have to be following the stream when you send those messages to come play. And you've been trying War now, but can't seem to win fights most of the time. Just takes time with the hero and learning how the hero works. Like, not every hero fights the exact same there, Holy, so you kind of can fuck around with playing different heroes to find out what hero you really like to play as. And that's the fun of playing fighting games. Is in the very beginning, yeah, you could pick a character that's like the quote-unquote meta, but if you don't like bash heroes, like I could say Conqueror is really good, but if you don't like heroes that have bashes to start off their offense, you're not going to be comfortable with that hero, so you wouldn't have as much fun. Especially in the early beginnings, just take your time. And right now we're podcasting with Mr. Psyched Their Morals. But yeah, learning the bash timings is big on Warden and baiting people into attacking, because Warden's more along the lines of like playing safer than most heroes. But getting back to Nuxia, a lot of people like she's had a very controversial history since this is the hero that I know the most. Nuxia is one of the only heroes that has had only really like 2 changes to her besides recently. Because when she initially came out, they nerfed her because they said that the traps weren't reactable enough, so they nerfed the fuck out of her. And then the recent nerf, the recent buff that she got was just not even a buff, but it was a reversion of that nerf from all those years ago. So she technically has been the same hero except for her recent change with her zone, which I've seen a lot of people call it a nerf. But honestly, it helps out quite a bit in her getting extra damage into her kit. Yeah, like it's not as viable when you're going from neutral because it doesn't give your opponent time to react. But slamming someone into a wall with the finisher heavy, getting your guaranteed heavy, and then having them immediately get hit with the zone, and because they're stuck behind a wall, they have to decide if they're going for the dodge or if they're going to get hit by the zone. I have used quite a bit, especially in the duel tournament, where I would get that heavy finisher, slam into wall, free heavy, zone into a trap, and it catches them every single time because they get to a panic state. I find that the zone was a very big buff for her. And her traps aren't reactable. It's got to be a read now. Exactly. But before it was definitely you could react to it because of what they did prior to the CCU. After the CCU, then they had to make it, revert it back so that it worked properly. But Nuxia gets a lot of her offense in with her delayed heavies. Her delayed heavies kind of work like Gladiator's heavies, where if you delay it quite a bit, you'll be able to catch people trying to dodge like a light attack, trying to dodge a normal heavy attack. It's not a charge heavy, but it's a delay heavy. And also, if you're going to mix it up, feinting that heavy into a GB after throwing out a few delayed heavies because they're waiting for you to do that delay heavy is when you get that opportunity to really open people up. She is a very soft place in my heart. Really good at clearing out minion lane by doing heavy zone. She's one of those characters that has that weird mechanic to her where you have to lock on and throw side heavy because her normal heavies are from the top in neutral. So it's not like you can't just clear out minion lane neutrally. With her caltrops being a deterrent to clear out the minion lane when you see a big minion lane wave coming is really good to just like pop and run away, but it doesn't last as long anymore. So it's better for stalling out in a little bit more of team fights. So like she's very, very niche when it comes to her pick. Small things that I like to use with Nuxia. She's very reliant on her feats the way that I use her. So I run takedown on Nuxia instead of thread of fate or slip through on my main one. Just because if you're in the middle of a fight, like you're running into a team fight and you have takedown on, if you land that finisher heavy, which moves the person, it actually throws them to the ground. So it helps out with a little bit of peeling an enemy away. Because they're like, oh, you're just going to throw a trap. No, I'm going to take this heavy and I'm going to fucking throw you to the fucking ground. And they are not ready for it. At fucking all. That throws death sentence in a team fight. So that's why I love running takedown on her. Her other feats of like thread of fate. You're in the middle of a fight and you're running into a team fight and you see that your teammate is getting ganked. Or in a 2v2 situation, select one of the people, throw a thread of fate on, and then throw corruption, and then that person can't roll. So you just keep the other person guard broken while the other teammate is trying to run away, but they can't dodge out of the way. So they'll unlock, try to roll from the corruption, and just sit there and walk. One of the funniest things that I use my tier 3 and tier 4 on Nuxia with to really change the tide of a team fight and to really get that team fight won for our team. But again, she's very, very niche. Her peel is not great, but if she's able to get that third heavy off because they think you're going to just feint a guard break or throw a trap, can be a tremendous way to isolate one person in a team fight or to throw them to the ground and your teammate comes in to do his hammer slam. Tremendously like good pressure. But again, she's very, very niche in her fights, and she's one of those heroes where you have to learn her to get anywhere good with her. Anything from you, Psyched, on Nuxia?
Yeah. Sorry, I was looking for something quick.
No, you're good. I was on my Nuxia rant.
Sure. Sip with that water. Okay. So let's see. I hate the caltrops. I really do. It's one of the most OP things I've ever seen. And it's a tier 2 of all things. Get that shit out of here. Like, delete it, honestly. Like, why? Anyway. Interesting take on the takedown. Get it? I'm so anyway. But yeah, I would definitely rather go with slip through. Although takedown for me is it's like if I'm trolling people, I would probably play takedown. You know, middle of the fight, just GB, boom, death. Boo this man. Wow. But listen here, I'm a comedic genius. Okay, I'm just playing. Definitely not. Let me see. You run regenerate. Why not the other one, the main one?
Oh, the infection. On this one is so more. Yeah, on this one is more of like my Stolar one. Like I run regenerate just because I run takedown and caltrops to kind of like really secure the team fight and to kind of stall out myself. But then I have other feats where like this one is my more along my duelist character, like where I'll run the duet, the deadly duet feat where I get extra damage if I'm by myself fighting. The caltrops, the slip through, and the infection. And then this one I'll run the thread of fate and the infection. Where like this is like my 1v1 character. This is more along like I'm going to support in a team fight and try to help out in gang situations. And then my third feat is more along the lines of like your basic Nuxia build, where she'll try to control a fight instead of like looking to support in a fight.
Yeah, understood. That's well. I mean, I could probably see. I mean, whenever I play Varangian, for example, I sometimes don't pick the right tier 4. I just go for regenerate, and that's it. Just you know, because sometimes I just got to do the thing. You know, I got to stall like crazy.
Also, it's really funny to just go ahead and run up into a 1v1 on a point with Nuxia, and you throw caltrops and then just stand there to regenerate because they don't want to take the extra damage.
Oh dear.
It's funny as shit. This build also looks like it would do well in Breach. Yeah, well, when I first started playing Nuxia and I was grinding out Nuxia was when Breach came out, and that's where I find Nuxia really, really good in Breach. There was a tech with Nuxia against the commander, where if you throw down the caltrops and then throw light, heavy, heavy, like the top heavy, you would catch the commander running away from the caltrops and pull him back in, and then you could do light, heavy, heavy and pull him back in the caltrops, and it was an infinite that you could do, and the commander wouldn't do shit because he's just trying to get out of the caltrops.
Wow.
That was old. That was back in the day when like caltrops lasted forever. Bro, I could sit there and just do that forever and just get free damage on the commander and he would not block or attack me at all. That's some old Nuxia tech though. And then if you got takedown on, if you threw down takedown plus caltrops, you could just throw them down to the floor back into the middle of the caltrops and then throw heavy, heavy, heavy. So then you would just have a triple heavy mix up every single time and the commander could not do shit. It was brutal for damage. Hello, skulls. But yeah,
goals for the skull throne. Hello.
Listen, but yeah, that's why I loved Nuxia when I played Breach. Like I had such crazy damage when I played against the commanders of the Guardians. Being able to really hold my own on at a portion of that Breach map. Oh no, Psyched is here. Well, yeah, because we're doing the podcast there, Skulls. Fucker. But yes, continue on there, sir, with the Nuxia. I apologize.
Yeah, so if I have to if I had to pick Nuxia and I had to like really choose carefully what I do in Dominion using this character, I'd probably just choose a lot of times just 1v1 situations. A lot. Like a lot. Like she's just really good at that. Team fight scenarios? I mean, the only thing that's like really good now for team fights is that zone. That's it. Like you can just immediately throw it, and it's like, what the fuck? Like comes out of nowhere. Versus the old zone where it would take a millennium, and you can actually see that. Let's see. What else is there? I mean, what deflex? Nah.
I mean, her deflex.
The deflex are not that bad.
Her deflex used to be brutal. That is honestly the one thing that has been changed on Nuxia since her zone. That's the only thing that has changed since she's released. Was that her deflect no longer does 30 damage. It's the only thing that has ever changed about her.
Yeah.
Because I still
remember that.
I still have an old clip of me fighting a Tiandi, and the Tiandi started to get toxic, and I killed him with 4 deflects in a row. Oh my god, that shit was hysterical. Because he got to a point where he was just doing side dodge lights. So I'd wait for him to dodge to the side and just deflect damage, deflect damage, deflect damage. And then he was like, oh no, I only have like a little bit of health left. I throw out a heavy, fainted into deflect damage, dead.
Wow.
He was so mad.
Absolutely man. Crazy.
My baby girl Nuxia, man. And
I don't know, man. I mean, gang situations. Her ganks are not that bad though. All you gotta do is just 2 traps, and that's it. You allow your teammate to get 2 heavies out of that.
Although I will say her traps do a tiny bit more revenge than a bash, like the tiniest bit more. So it is one of those things where you don't want to really use her trap unless they're like on a bar and a half or less in a gank.
Well, that, or if you are trying to help a Nuxia and Nuxia already has tags on the guy, might as well just do the traps first, so that you can get some damage in, and then maybe do it the other way. It's just that a lot of times in Dominion, you kind of want to kill the guy as fast as possible, because then you got to worry about the next guy that comes in and becomes a hassle, becomes a problem. That's really much that's pretty much what Dominion is. You're just trying to really solidify the fact that you have dominated the area. Like think of this scenario. You're half a bar with your teammate also half a bar, and you're dealing with a guy that's like full damage, and then you're trying to do something. So you do a gank, you kill them, but now you're down to your last bar and a half or something. I don't know. So close to 1 bar, and then you barely just capture the point, but then the other guy comes in, and you're like, okay, well, in a competitive aspect, a lot of people know that once they cap a point, normally they want to like get out. You don't want to keep pushing that, but it changes when you actually have like 1 bar, like it's winnable. And when that's winnable, now you're forcing the enemy to actually defend that point for the most part, because You have a good, because like, why don't you want to capture the point that is the most optimal, for example, like, which is usually what you want to fight for anyway. For example, in Temple Garden, that usually is the case. C point would be optimal, closest to mid. Yeah, just the fact that you're fighting for your life to get some health. Like once you see like two teammates that are down on health, like critical, it's like a super good push. You just want to be in their asses, in there. Well, that sounded pretty wrong. On their ass, you know. You want to be on them all day till they die, and then you're like, oh, now we dominated. Now it's our favor, you know, in our favor.
Yeah, and one thing I will say as a Nuxia, if you're playing in a team fight, you really want to be that support type of hero. You want to be the one to guarantee damage, like the one that's looking for the GB for the Berserker zone. And one thing to use with Nuxia is you really want to find the teammate that has enhanced lights with you. Just because as soon as you throw a heavy, if you're throwing a heavy and a lot of times your teammate is throwing out a light to confirm your damage, you want someone that has like an external, like an enhanced light followed by a lot of damage with their heavy. Because one thing that I like to do with Nuxia is like if I see, let's say, like a peacekeeper that's with me, right? If they throw a light when I'm getting ready to throw a heavy, I will immediately switch it to a trap because they'll block the light, which I get the trap. And as my trap goes off, that guarantees they're heavy into the bleed cancel and so on and so forth. So hero, like you want to use moves that are not like moves that are more along the lines of an enhanced version of them where like they're not stopped by a block to let the Nuxia help you out with her traps. Just because if it gets blocked or parried, the trap will then confirm the extra big damage from the heavy coming up from your teammate later on. But that is, again, a very niche thing that Nuxia has, and it's the one thing that she has that helps her guarantee her trap damage while also guaranteeing damage for her teammate. Without it just being just throwing out traps randomly to try to catch the guy from blocking you, because that just feeds a lot of revenge since it gives revenge tags without like a revenge of a bash without actually opening up for a bash.
Gotcha.
And also one of the attacks that can easily be fucking defended by throwing out an emote as soon as you see orange. But that was before they like rebuffed her traps. Even now you could still like emote for fun to fuck with the Nuxia.
Yeah, true. Very true.
So you don't really want to go against trap against the TikToking Orochis.
Yeah. TikTok. That's funny.
You go ahead and I've actually seen it. It's happened to me at one time before where I go ahead and throw a neutral, like I go for the trap, and the Orochi just unlock and does his fucking little fucking what's it called, his little emote while he's not looking at me, and I'm just like, you fuck.
Imagine TikToking people. That's all I'm gonna say.
I know, right?
Especially against a stack like mine. Imagine. Try putting me in a video. You only get like the one kill versus the 20 that I did on you. Imagine.
Alrighty.
That's all I gotta say.
Zhanhu, sir.
Zhanhu. I like Zhanhu, especially the new skin. New skin is awesome.
Oh yeah.
I love that new Zhanhu skin. So good. So freaking good. Zhanhu is good at team fighting, good peels, very good on mix-ups in a 1v1 scenario. Very good gank, pretty well-rounded ganker as well. Decent mid clear. Let me see. His superior blocks are a menace as well, but I think at that point you kind of have to know which characters you are allowed to do that on, because sometimes you can't just like recovery superior block every single time against every single character that you try to dodge attack, or avoid like their punish. At that point, it's just character knowledge. What else? Can make him like very unique. Oh, dude, his bash is so weird. His bash is weird as fuck. Like, nah. You have no idea, bro. I dodge the hell out of Zhanhu's bash sometimes. Sometimes it hits me even, and the character, bro, I don't even know how to explain this. Like, the guy almost does a 360 after dodging an attack and still tracks me. I swear, dude. Like, you can even see the animation of you dodging that guy, still hitting you. I'm like, nah, bro, get that fucking shit out of here. That's the most illogical, like, visualization of like what a bash should actually act as.
Yeah, I've done that quite a few times with a Zhanhu. Playing as Zhanhu.
Like, yeah, like you compare that bash to like other characters where it kind of tracks you, right? It kind of looks that way. Because you dodged it at the wrong time. That's fine. But this guy, nah, bro. This guy takes the cake. You dodge perfectly, or it feels like you did perfectly. Boom, still hits you. I've seen the animation of this guy's tracking, and it makes no sense. You would think that maybe like a 45-degree angle would do it. Nah. This guy goes from 0 to like 90 somehow.
Yeah, it's the way that his delaying works. Like, I know exactly what you're talking about too with Zhanhu.
Yeah, it's BS.
It's the same way that like how I delay the bash on Hito. Same exact way. But instead of holding it, I'm just waiting to press it.
No. Aside from that, I like Zhanhu. It's a decent character.
Very solid.
Well-rounded. It's a very solid pick, yeah.
But yeah, that's because you can go from the regular bash like this, and you can go. You could really delay the fuck out of that bash, and that's what catches a lot of people.
Yeah, I need to do that more often.
Yeah, you could just wait until after his on his bash, he the white on his sword goes away, and that's when you that's the delay timing to catch people dodging.
What's the timing again? Sorry.
How Zhanhu dodges forward and he has like that superior block on him. Just wait until superior block is over and then hit input the bash.
Okay, go. Oh.
If you wait a little too long, you'll go like that, but as soon as the white goes, that's when you press X.
Gotcha. Understood.
And that will attract the dodges, like the early dodges for the bash.
Let me see, how much can you delay it? Let me see.
You delay it all the way to that. Is any more?
There we go. Yeah, I see what you mean now.
Once he takes that stutter step with his front leg, his front facing leg, that's when you want to go, that's when you want to, like, the latest time you could actually hit that X button. So if you wait for after that stutter step happens with his forward, like his forward facing leg, that's when it's too late.
Gotcha. One of my favorite things to do with Zhanhu is keep pressuring them with bashes like that, and suddenly, zone attack.
Mm-hmm.
Just zone attack. Just
especially just random forward dodge into zone.
Another thing that I like to do with Zhanhu is superior block forward, or no, yeah, it is a forward. Like they do a top attack, you superior block it, and then I do a heavy instead of a light. Sometimes it's literally the same as Lawbringer. Either you eat it and you react to it, or you don't. Like, yeah, I like it.
Yeah, he's just a very, very solid pick. After they gave him his dodge recovery cancels, like, made his whole kit kind of flow and work properly. Beforehand, before his dodge cancel recovery, it used to only be like his unblockable heavy into GB mix-up, really. Or his G, like, it was his unblockable light, unblockable heavy, or feint into GB mix-up, really, that got Zhanhu his damage. I did a whole series called John Wick. Like a full five video part series on it, where it was majority of the time, the only time I could get any damage off, because I was, trying to get them to react, was to have them react to the heavy unblockable and then GP.
Indeed.
But first, you have to get the you have to let the unblockable heavy fly first, because they're looking for the unblockable light first. So then once you get that moving, then you go ahead and you hit them with a few unblockable lights. Then you get them to go, okay, I have to wait for the parry. I'm getting ready for the unblockable light, but I'm ready for the unblockable heavy, and that's when you start using your GB to really catch them off guard. And currently at the moment there, Mad Max, we are doing a podcast at the moment. So right now, we are not playing at the moment. Today is just chit-chatting and talking about team compositions and who's viable, who's not, and doing all that stuff. But yeah, I would say Zhanhu was one of my favorite heroes that came out. But after they gave him his dodge recoveries, I've never really had a very good chance with him, like to relearn him with that like dodge recovery cancel. So I have to learn that a little bit more again.
When you say it was one of your favorite heroes to come out, the way it makes me think is that when it came out, wait. When it came out, Zhanhu wasn't even that good. Actually, he was pretty dog shit.
Yeah, he was.
What am I saying? He was garbage ass character. Now, very good character.
Like I said, once they gave him his dodge recovery cancels, he became very good. He's kind of like Sohei. He released with something that where it was never heard from before, like the unblockable lights, and it's like, oh my god, this character is so oppressive. He's gonna be so OP. He's so broken. And then 2 months later, we were like, he's actually shit. And then they gave him his dodge recovery cancels, and then he becomes a fucking monster. Yeah. Same thing like Sohei. Sohei came out, oh my god, one shot, and then they play him and they're like, oh, he's actually kind of dog. I know a Zhanhu that would definitely heavily disagree with him being better now.
Oh man, I've been sneezing like crazy just a couple minutes ago.
Oh yeah.
Jeez, like what the hell is going on?
Oh, I was doing that all day today, cleaning up my room because I'm still cleaning up from all the sanding that they did and having to like wipe everything down again.
I just hope I don't come down with something. That's all I'm gonna say.
Get that orange juice in your system. A little chicken soup, you'll be all right.
Yeah.
Preemptive strike. Gank them before they can gank you.
Yeah. now that I think about it, bro, that gank him with, nah, bro. That's actually something you would put in a t-shirt. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
Gank him before they gank you. That's funny.
You know, in the military, they gave us these things whenever we felt like we were getting sick, and they would call them a cold pack. And it would be a set up, like they had them wrapped up, ready to go to give you when you were in boot camp. Because, you know, you're dealing with so much, your immune system is being destroyed because of how much you're working out and how much you're in the elements. And especially when it's like during like the winter season in Great Lakes, that shit is brutal. Fucking New Year's Eve, we couldn't even go to church because it was -30 outside. Fuck that. But it would be a small package of throat lozenges, usually Halls or Vicks, and they would give you the Halls with like Vicks in it. Give you that, a bottle of ibuprofen, and then just tell you, slam down a drink of orange juice, take the ibuprofen, slam these fucking lozenges, and you'll be fine. They would tell us to gank the cold before it got to us during boot camp, so then it didn't fuck with our training.
That's pretty solid. Just gank it before it's too late. Yeah.
And then they would give us also a medication called Mucinex. And bro, Mucinex, when you're about to get a cold, just dries everything up and stops the cold from coming into your system because it's just like an anti-decongestant. So they would give it to us before we would get decongested, and it would kind of like stop the cold in its tracks. Before it like got into your system, it would just like dry it up in the snot. That shit, yeah, bro. I swear by Mucinex, bro. From the military, like any military guy will tell you, like Mucinex is a lifesaver when you're about to get a cold. Slam those motherfuckers and you are good. You will cough and sneeze and blow your nose. Everything comes out.
Wow. Now I kind of have to try that.
Bro, I will say Mucinex is a little more expensive than most other things when it comes to like anti-decongestants, but the shit works. And it's been tried and true, like tried in the military, and it speaks for itself.
Fair.
Especially if you start getting like chest congestion, bro, you will just cough everything out. It is great to like prevent like pneumonia. I'm not even gonna lie. I used to suffer from pneumonia all the time as a kid, and I started coming down with a little bit of pneumonia when I was in boot camp, and they were just like, I was like, I feel like it's getting like close to pneumonia. I have bad cases of bronchitis. My bronchos suck, and they were like, here, just take this and you'll be good. Just remember to take it. I did, and bro, I was sitting there in the middle of the night just coughing up all kinds of shit. And I was just like, oh, shit, I'm good.
You know, now that you mentioned bronchitis, when I was a lot younger, I used to have bronchitis as well.
Oh, bro, my medical history is fucked up.
I mean, you were in the military. No, I'm just
no, before the military.
Yeah, no, I was just joking.
Yeah, when I was a young kid, I used to get strep throat every year in July, August, every year. when I was a little kid, to a point where like they had to remove my tonsils because they were like, yeah, that's infected and it keeps infecting you every single time this same year. So once it got to like a certain like degree outside, I got strep throat. And then after that, after I had those tonsils removed, then I would say like 2 years later, every beginning of September, like right when the school year happened, I would get pneumonia for a whole week, drop 30 pounds, gain all of my weight back in 3 days after I was okay with, like after I was done with it, because my bronchos were so shit with bronchitis and pneumonia. And it used to throw me for a roller coaster, and it fucked up my whole thyroid. So now it's hard for me to like really manage my weight because I don't have like that internal like thyroid working as well. That shit fucked me up.
Kind of messed up, bruh.
And I shit you not, this is not, I will preference this. This is not medical advice. But as soon as I started smoking, it went away. I shit you not. What? It's not even it's not funny. But it's the truth. As soon as I started smoking, I stopped getting pneumonia every year. It's like, yeah, my lungs are fucked up. I'm going to fuck up whatever's fucking up my lungs by smoking, and it worked.
I don't think I've ever heard of something like that, but that's hilarious.
Don't worry. I already put a marker on it, so I'm already going to cut that out. Cut that out of the podcast. Can't have that being said in the podcast, or do we, and make it be controversial? I know that's a decision we got to make.
My God.
All right. Now leave it in, make YouTube think.
Science. There has to be some science for that. I've never heard something like that.
But could also save your life. Yeah. For me, it was just my tonsils are so bad, and they were so inflamed and so infected that it was almost like my doctor was, when I was a little kid, was surprised that I could swallow. Like when I was not having strep throat.
Oh, strep throat is nasty, dude.
Mm-hmm. And it was my tonsils that were infected with it, and I got it every year until they got them removed. But I would say like the worst part was I woke up in the middle of them removing my tonsils. Like I have to tell people, like whenever I go under, specifically, like watch the way that I sleep, please, because I will wake up in the middle of anesthesia. I've woken up twice on the operating table. And it is the scariest fucking feeling. Because both times they were working on like my respiratory system. Oh, scariest thing ever. Woke up in the middle of them removing like the what they're called medically, the gonads of the tonsils, the part that's like up in like near your nose portion of your tonsils. Woke up in the middle of them removing that. And then the other time was I have a fucked up septum in my nose, and I woke up with the middle of them like shaving part of that off. Oh, I still have nightmares of it. Still have fucking nightmares of that shit. Speaking of pain in the ass and nightmares, pirate.
Wait, we didn't even talk about Shaolin.
Oh, we didn't? I thought we did. Fuck. Oh, my bad. Shaolin.
No, not at all.
Go ahead then, sir.
Well, you're not wrong. Pirate is kind of a nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Shaolin is like a secondary nightmare, I would call it.
Mm-hmm.
He's a very good team fighter.
Mm-hmm.
He's You, you like the cockroach, bro? But you know this is not a cockroach. You dumbass. This guy.
Well, it's definitely blown up here.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so actually, now that we're on that subject, what do you think about my profile picture? You know?
What do I think about your profile picture?
Yeah. What does it look like to you?
If I didn't know you, I would say that you were an Orochi main. That was real edgy.
Okay. Okay, there we go. Fair enough. Honestly, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you. Okay.
So technically, Rausch's description of being a cockroach profile picture is correct because it is a roach. It's an Orochi.
Yeah, but you don't understand how Roush describes it. He legit thinks the profile picture looks like a damn cockroach, not because of Orochi.
I mean,
that's the difference. Like, I know this man. I know how this man thinks. You would think it's he's just memeing around. No, he legit thinks this is a cockroach looking. The same way he makes the cockroach joke with my Shaolin skin. The same way. Because the fucking the antennas, bro.
I would say if a cockroach was sentient, right? And a nuclear apocalypse was about to happen, this would be the picture that he would post on Facebook and say, "My time to shine."
You know what? I think you've opened my eyes with that one. I can actually see that. How the fuck did you do that, bro?
I'm good at that. How did you
even do that to me?
He's like, "My time to shine." Starts pulling out the arsenal.
Oh my lord.
He saved up on all his favorite samurai fucking anime weapons in the wall, and he's going inside to go grab them.
Oh my lord.
My time to shine.
That's hilarious.
Only God and I have God and anime on my side, and these nukes that are gonna obliterate you all.
Oh my god.
It's this Juju Kaisen, I'm gonna snap my fingers moment.
Oh god.
The armor does look organic and bug-like.
The armor does look organic and bug-like. Wow.
That profile picture of someone who who would unironically have an edgy Sonic OC.
Wait, a Sonic OC?
Original character.
Oh. Okay. I see. Wow.
Almost like your Fursona type of situation.
That's hilarious.
But yes. Now that we're off of that. Shaolin, one of the most, I would say, versatile heroes in For Honor. Like, absolutely the most versatile. Has an answer for almost everything. One of the best neutral in the game, pretty much. Being able to knock you in the middle of a team fight on your ass. Really good stance where you can crush and counter you if you're moving and attacking him, being able to catch you in the undodgeable mix up from that as well. Some of the best bashes in the game. Really good pressure with his really good setup with his triple lights to be able to set up a teammate for a free heavy attack. Just absolute monster when it comes to Dominion. Clearing out minion lane is really good with his zone and his infinite.
I mean, sorry, it's just for minion lane. I think it's okay. I don't think it's like, good, or it's like it's like okay. It's like it's all right.
But it's enough to like clear out like a small minion lane and then run into a fight. Like on Cathedral, just to come in and just do like heavy light, and then run to the team fight is huge for Shaolin. Just because of how wide his heavies are. And even just like a quick zone to clear out, like to clear off the minion lane really quick, not to like clear it, but enough to stop points being generated and then running into a team fight.
Yeah. Yeah, this character is just it has pretty much everything. Well, I wouldn't say everything. I think the only thing that doesn't allow him to do well probably be his dodge. What's it called? Like from key stands, dodge key stands, compared to like Orochi, for example, Orochi or Pirate. Much better, a much better recovery cancel. But at least you can gank with the guy, you can team fight with the guy, you can pressure someone from ever peeling your teammates. That fourth guy, just, the same way I spoke about like Nobushi. You're peeling your teammates all day in the background and all that. This character can just be that one character that harasses the hell out of that fourth guy that's sitting in the background just waiting to peel everybody or landing damage, etc., etc. This is the character that can be right up your ass, and just pulling you away, just putting you in a corner, just don't do nothing. I'm gonna do something to you, basically.
Yeah. And plus his feats, like Spruce is bringing up right now, his feats are some of the most game-changing feats in the game, I would say.
Oh yeah.
Like key trap, being able to teleport kick for like to confirm damage and to get behind someone, being able to pretty much cancel all bleed attacks from anybody just by using his key stance attack, and then jumping from spawn to the enemy home point like that with a tier 4.
Speaking on feats, the first one that you said, I would have to debate a little bit because I have seen both sides on the benefits of it, where you have the hidden feat or you have the key stance or the key trap. Sorry, not the key stance. So the key trap for me is a little bit more beneficial for players who don't know how to rotate correctly or constantly have that issue. Now, people who understand very, very damn well how rotations work normally would not need that and would just go for hidden because there's a lot of benefits also to it. You sometimes force the enemy to not really expect a rotation with that. For example, in the middle of a team fight, sometimes you don't even know when this guy comes around. You don't. And then suddenly, multiple things can happen, right? Either you decide to go for a rotate and go back cap, or you decide to just what's it called? Show up out of nowhere and then gank a guy that you were like, gank somebody, which they were like doing a 1v1 or some sort, and then this guy comes around and it's like, oh, what the fuck? Like, where the fuck did you come from? Like, I didn't see you in the mini map, nothing. I wasn't prepared. Suddenly, you're just eating all this damage from nothing. Like that's how I would see it. It's very sneaky. Obviously, right, hidden.
Yeah.
But that's just my take. Now here's the difference. Here's when it kind of becomes beneficial, I guess, when it comes to the key trap. Sometimes you don't have to do the typical move of like, oh, let me just go to the spawn and put my key trap right there. You don't have to do that all the time. Just the fact that you can put it anywhere can be a good power move, because now you know what they're going to do if they're going to push or not. To your point, in case they are, I don't know, successful, for example, in defending a point or dominating a point. Because sometimes people don't even push the your own point after losing a team fight, but normally that's what you really want to do. I still to this day don't understand why people don't push that point after doing a whole team wipe, but that's literally what you have to do. Like, the whole point is to have the entire map captured, like the three spots captured. Leaving no options for the enemy to heal from. Like, so what if they go to mid? Or sorry, so so what if they go to mid? Like, the mid is like the best lane to get it. But here's the thing: even with stuff like that, having key trap allows you to just see where you gotta put that pressure next. Sure, I mean, like capture the point, have the 3 points, whatever. The first move is to capture minion lane. But then if you can see where the hell they're going, you can just immediately leave the point. You don't have to stay there to boost. Like, you can just harass them in mid if that's what they're planning to do.
That's what I like to do with Shaolin. I like to put the key trap on the stairs on Temple Garden, like towards like the enemy's entranceway to that lane, just because a lot of people what they'll do on Temple or other maps where like a certain point is more important than another one, where you have like a favorited point, you'll put that trap in a high traffic area so that you're like, okay, now I can kind of see where they're going. You don't have to be in their spawn to place it, but you'll know, okay, I'm sitting on C, boosting up points. Boom, someone just moved into the key trap, and now I can see if they're going to clear out minion lane to see if I need to contest it.
Exactly, and not just that. Like I said earlier, if you're losing a fight and your team can stall for a little bit longer, that key trap, by the time you spawn, you can see that one particular enemy low on health, trying to go heal. Then you can be like, okay, I are they trapping this guy, or are they chasing him, or do I have to do that job? That's what a big benefit would be, because now if you take care of the guy that's low and he's running around looking for heals, you can get him out of the picture pretty quickly, and make this whole thing into a 4v3 in your favor, and you can just keep them in that loop for a very long time, unless they're very smart about it and have the 3 players not engage the enemy, not be outnumbered, and be able to fight as a whole team before it becomes a 3v4 loop again, for the second, third, fourth time, which I have seen many times.
Oh yeah,
you don't want to do that. You want to play with your team entirely. Like, sure, you spawned, sure, you go to mid. Oh, no one's there. But guess what? There's one dude. You think that's not gonna be enough? Now wait until the other guy comes around. Boom, you're getting ganked. By the time your other teammate comes around to help you, you're already dead, or you're about to die. You can't be useful. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you're dead.
Yeah.
So just wait for your team. Have it at least make it like a 2v2, and especially if the rotations are gonna happen, especially when people are about to spawn, rather than now we have a guy who literally just died with a full reset timer. Like, how much is the max? Like, after
15.
execution, like 15. Okay, so like, when you're in a situation like that and you're attacking mid, regaining mid with 3 people, and the guy is literally with a 15 second timer, boom, that's like the best time for the enemy team to just pressure you, because now you're gonna keep getting that 3v4 loop entirely again. Like, it's literally a cycle.
Yeah.
So And that in situations like that, the only time that would be okay to do is when your team actually spawns and you're kind of close to just, go to mid and clear. So that way, by the time that the rest of the enemies come around, but your guy spawns, and then the enemy, the fourth guy, the fourth enemy comes around and makes it a 4v4. That would be okay.
Yeah. See,
So
what I like to do on Sanctuary Bridge if I'm using key trap with Shaolin is I will put the key trap like underneath their bridge that connects their point to like the opposite side of the map. And while I'm clearing out the minion lane, look on the off angle. So I'm watching the one point that's like not being focused on, and then as soon as you see like orange that little orange bit saying, "Hey, someone's went into the key trap." Now you're like, okay, now I could focus on this and see what's going on. And you're really keeping that big focus on the whole point instead of just focusing on every enemy that's popping up and spawning.
yeah. So yeah, anyway, so that's pretty much how I would see that tier 1 on Shaolin. It really depends on someone's successes and failures rather than, oh, is this OP? Is this not OP? That's how I look at it.
Yeah.
It's
But
very
nowadays
unique.
everyone always looks at it like OP or not OP or what's meta, what's not meta. I mean, you could see that all in Call of Duty or any other shooting game where you're like, it doesn't matter what hero you pick, but what gun you pick.
Yeah.
Like it's the same thing as
Fair
like when
enough.
you're fighting out in Rainbow Six Siege, where if you're fighting with an LMG, you're gonna have a lot more bullets, so you'll be able to hold sight lines faster, but a quick SMG bullet to the head instantly kills you and is going to probably beat you because they
Yeah.
have a higher rate of fire. So it all depends what the game
Indeed.
mechanic on what's meta and what's not meta, but also how you're using that weapon.
Yeah. Now here's another situation I would put Shaolin on. So Shaolin excels the most in team fights, although his 1v1s are still pretty decent.
Mm-hmm.
The uses of crushing counters are insane. Like insane. You have no idea.
Oh yeah.
And the uses of undodgeables mid fight is also insane because what you can do a lot of times in team fights with these two things is, let's say you are at a decent distance from from the other guy. Let's say it's a 2v2, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you have a Shaolin, and then you have, I don't know, someone like JJ, for example, as your teammate. And then you have two other guys, whoever that is, it doesn't really matter. You're kind of isolating this guy. The JJ is just dealing with his own guy, and suddenly, uh, you have to constantly look at your teammate to be able to like decipher, hey, am I going to attack or am I going to, or sorry, am I going to deal damage or am I going to peel?
Mm-hmm.
So when that happens, uh, like Shaolin's 1v1s are so good that you can actually make them think twice about what they're going to do and bait them into, oh, you thought I was going to target you? Nah, let me just target my teammate's guy for real quick and then focus back on you.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much how that works.
Yeah.
Um, let's see.
But yeah, I would say pretty much Shaolin is a overall always going to stay in an A tier type of hero.
Yeah, I would say so. I'll definitely put him on A tier, if anything.
I would say he's been on A tier ever since he's released.
Since release. I don't know. I feel like Sheldon was like B tier when released,
Really?
but now it's like for sure A tier. I don't know. That's how it felt like. Oh
I mean,
wait,
he was
no. On
definitely
release, he had. Oh
yeah.
my. Wait. No. On release, it was like the infinite fucking teleport. Oh, dude, that was massive. That was such on a bullshit tier 2.
But I would say, like,
Just
out of like
spamming
all of the heroes
infinites.
that he came out with too, with like all the Wulin, he was probably the best Wulin that came out.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I agree.
Just because he can fit every like any role that he really wanted to.
Yeah, no.
Quite a few quality of life changes that pushed him from a lower tier. But I'm saying as he got pushed from up from a lower tier in that regard, like when you're talking about everyone, but he's still been the most consistently in the same area. Like there are some heroes that have had some serious fall offs or some serious buffs to make them like very, very viable or just absolute garbage. But he's been
Yeah,
always near like the head of the pack. He's never gone below an average.
yeah, true.
I don't miss the saw faint back in the key sense. Oh, that thing was broken.
Yeah, that shit was absolute bullshit.
Do miss it,
It
loved
it
it.
was it was fun to do, but nah, bro, that shit is bullshit, man. It's just like what? What the fuck am I watching? Like
Yeah.
that's how that felt. Like, am I in a fucking Naruto episode? That's what that felt like. Am I a
And,
ninja now?
and then once they finally figure out how to stop Shaolin from, throttling his key stance to get the key glitch, he'll definitely feel a lot better, and you won't have to deal with the people treating him like an asshole. The like
It
when
was
you
only from time was fine. Nah. You don't get it, bro. That shit was busted. Busted.
everyone likes the busted moves, and they're like, "Oh, bring it back." No, you don't want that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you don't want that, bro. Give it to a really experienced player. A player. Oh man, you're gonna regret that so quickly.
Shove on block back away.
Fair. That's a fair question.
All right. So back to the nightmare pirate.
Pirate, the recovery nightmare. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That thing is that's funny. I called it a thing. Yeah. That thing is a menace. Yeah.
The,
Exactly.
the unblockable into unblockable into unblockable into unblockable.
Oh. You think okay. You think that's the nightmare part? No. It's when you're trying to gank him.
Mm.
That's when it becomes a nightmare.
Yeah, just
You trying to catch this
dodge,
guy?
dodge,
Nah.
dodge.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck.
Oh, I do that
Oh,
every stream, man. Every stream, I'm sitting there just dodge attack, dodge attack, dodge attack. Get away, get out.
yeah. Yeah. You're in the middle of the blender? Nah. Even that doesn't work. Unless you make the right read all of a sudden, you know?
Mm. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, we're currently grinding out Pirate right now. She's at 56 at the moment.
Yeah. Bro, Pirate has an infinite, not with the other stuff. What was it?
You were talking about what was it? It was Pirate.
Orochi, yeah.
Yeah,
A
Pirate
Pirate
Orochi.
Orochi.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not even an infinite. Sorry, what the hell am I saying? It's 100 to 0. No. With Pirate, this, you can do this with any character. Any character. Okay? The infinite. All you have to do is exactly the same bullshit when the character got released. You know the thing that you do with forward dodge heavy, gunshot, and you do it with the like 2 pirates, and it's like an infinite.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, exactly the same logic here, but with any character. The only difference is that you have to delay the gunshots.
Mm.
That's it. And then all your teammate has to do, just spam heavies, literally. just spam heavies. Just top heavy, top heavy, top heavy, top heavy, top. Just everything.
Mm. That is brutal.
That's literally an infinite. That's basically 100 to 0.
Mm.
And if done right. Yep. Ganks are pretty nice. They're very safe. I would say. Yeah.
I mean, with her dodge recovery, she can have some good stamina while clearing out minion lane. Kind of like how Orochi does his like zone into dodge and zone into dodge to get the recovery started up. Pirate does the same exact thing. Because of her dodge cancel.
Yeah.
I mean, just overall, very oppressive character. Pretty decent in her ones, but she still does struggle against reaction monsters when it comes to ones. Because her animations are a little too obvious. But still overall great pick to do whatever you need to knock out.
Yeah. You know, the 1v1s, a lot of people say that it's like not too difficult to react to pirate.
Mm-hmm.
I think I don't know, dude. It's not hard to react to them, but I think it really depends on someone's day. Like you can't possibly like react to everything on pirate, although it is possible. Like you gotta be like really juiced up to be able to like do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Just get a cup of coffee and that's it.
And that's why I didn't play her in the duel tournament. I was like, yeah, no, she wasn't working out for me in duels.
Yeah, no, and those is, yeah, no. For me, what's, oh
no, go ahead.
Oh, okay. For me, what's like super easy to react to is her unblockable skewer. The skewer is super easy. All you really like, the biggest indicator is the animation. You'll see this little animation at the very end where it's about to like increase speed a little bit, and that's like the timing where they can't really feint it and it's gonna pierce you. That's the timing you gotta react to, and it gives you enough time to be able to like parry it on time, even on the last few frames. It'll at least be noticeable. Other than that, the forward dodge heavy, it's technically possible. I mean, but I think it's a little bit harder to do, just a little bit. Yeah, because the timing is like more tight, in my opinion.
Yeah. What I end up doing with pirate is I end up going a lot into hard feint into guard break when I do the forward dodge unblockable, instead of the soft feint, to try to catch them into me going into neutral and then hoping that they throw an attack to like maybe even just like a side heavy or something to like interrupt me, or I'll go into the feint instead of the soft feint. So instead of wait, no, they got rid of that soft feint. So you gotta do the hard feint, yeah.
That's what probably is. Well, I mean, lately it's a lot more safer to just let go of the unblockable rather than feinting it.
But yeah, she is pressure.
It's an okay pressure, and it's not like crazy.
Yeah.
Team fights are insane. Very good confirms between team fights. Especially in team fights. Like, my God, a lot of people sleep on the fact that you can gunshot after dodge attack and confirm attacks for your teammates. But what they really do is they dodge attack and then they chain heavy on the next guy when they should be just gunshotting for the most part. Not all the time, though. You gotta keep track of, where the tags are going. Because otherwise, you're feeding tons of venge for no reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much how you play that character. You just spam the hell out of attacks and just be aware of what you're doing. Or how many times you're attacking that same person alongside with your teammate. That's it.
Yeah.
It's very good for giving you space to be able to like react to your teammate in case he needs like help to get peeled, etc., etc. Yeah, but then again, that takes a bit of time because not all kinds of players are able to do that.
And also, one of the heroes that is it the only hero that can still use her feats in chain?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that makes her tremendously fucking horrendous to fight against, especially if you're going with forward dodge unblockable in the middle of a team fight and then just trick shot.
Yeah.
From not being in the fight is rough.
Yeah, it's very rough. Yeah. Yeah, I would just use this character to be like all over the place when it comes to team fighting. I wouldn't really pick my time to isolate somebody unless I really have to.
Yeah, she is the definition of a roaming hero.
Yeah.
Just always on the move.
Always on the move, yeah. Okay, well that's that. I don't really have anything else to say.
Yeah. Well, since it is 9 o'clock and I already told Royal we were going to be about 9 o'clock because that's about the right time frame that I think we're going to do Medjay now.
Oh dear. Okay. Well, we'll speed this up a little bit.
Yeah. So Medjay. Really good at clearing out the minion lane. Very, very dominant in that portion of the map. Being able to go from minion lane clearing to switching into his axe stance to go into a 1v1 is really good to keep someone like under control in the team fight. Well, in a 1v1 situation while you're waiting for teammates to come in. The grab is one of the most oppressive gank tools in the entire game, still to this day with his infinite. With his feats giving him his buffs and debuffs to enemies with the bash, which is, can be confirmed by a teammate, is pretty oppressive. I would say the only one bad thing about Medjay, which isn't even a bad thing, but I hear it every day from Royal, since he loves Medjay, is his in-chain heavy on axe just not doing a fucking thing because all you have to do is just dodge it because it's pretty much useless. Like his non-blockable, like his blockable heavy in-chain, while he's in axe form, has like no distance. It has absolutely nothing going for it, and I would say is like his most useless move.
Wait. his what? Sorry,
His
his what an X?
his regular heavy and chain on his X form.
What the unblockable?
No, the one that can be blocked.
The one that can be blocked.
So, if you're in training mode, like it's super slow heavy, has no block, like it is blockable and is just pretty much useless in fights.
What? It's Oh, are you talking about like when he's just doing like berserker, like heavy light?
Yeah.
That?
He goes light into this heavy. That heavy is just absolutely useless.
Oh, okay. I was here thinking chain heavy as in like unblockable. My bad. Okay. Well, the way I would go about that is technically not spam all the time that chain heavy, but that undodgeable light is what's gonna allow me to put someone in their place.
Yeah.
So that then I can actually use my chain heavy like that. But other than that, yeah. If you're just constantly doing that, like heavy light, like bro, they're gonna catch on. They're not dumb.
Oh yeah.
I can see why it's not working out. Like it's not a berserker.
Yeah, because that's really like the only way to get into his unblockable is that like heavy. So like the heavy beforehand is just like useless. So he makes that unblockable on his heavy kind of like where it makes his axe form really just a like undodgeable light and a bash type of mix up.
Yeah, understand.
And like really the only way to get in that unblockable heavy is to throw the zone into heavy.
Yeah, I can see it.
And so I don't know. Bigger gripe is the heavy hitbox doesn't match the visual. Yeah, that too. But besides that, I mean, he is a gigantic team fighter looking to just hyper armor heavy through his attacks. Like through cleaving through enemies if they're not like paying attention. And just one of the best gankers in the entire game just because of that throne grab.
Yeah. I do like the fact that he can just chain heavy from grab. It's so powerful. Like it has hyper armor. It's so funny. He can do 2 heavies from it in hyper armor. That's insane to me. Like I've dabbled so much in gank potentials, and it's just wow, just wow. Yeah. 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 What else? Yeah, the characters ganks are insane. The 1v1s are not bad, but it takes a lot. My God, you have to press so many buttons just to be able to do something. What else?
And really good delayed bash, like in his axe form. That bash is pretty impressive.
Oh yeah. What else? His team fights are not bad either. Unless you go up against characters that are a menace in full blocks, like Varangian, for example. But other than that, if it wasn't because of that nasty hero, then yeah.
And as long as he's not ganking with a Goki, you'll be fine with your infinite. It's because Goki is like one of the only heroes that doesn't have a heavy into light mix up. To confirm the grab infinite.
Well, at that point, you don't really have to do the grab. Like at that point, I would just switch into axe form and start pressuring them so that they can do the hug.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's the other one, I mean, can you make it work though? Because you can technically gank with a Shugo for the grab, but the problem is that you have to do it exactly like you would do the Shugo gank, where there is another way to gank in a Shugo gank, where you have to really, 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 really time that chain heavy to the point that it staggers at the right timing so that it confirms the next hug. It's kind of the same thing, but with the grabs. And it's really difficult to do.
Well, I think that's what they were doing with when they fixed the whole Magic Infinite thing and made it harder for him to confirm it. It's that stopped that from like even being able to happen because you can't immediately go back into the grab on time with Medjay because they made it slower for him to get back into neutral.
Interesting.
But you can always go for, let your Shugo get his heavy up and then get ready for the guard break for the guarantee on the unblockable. See, there's Royal. There's Royal.
Yeah. Tell everyone how trash he is for me. That's funny. What else about this hero? Oh, this character can stall for days as well.
Oh yeah.
I love stalling with this character. It's so funny.
With his defense buff?
Well, wait, what was his defense buff? What is this?
His defense buff from his grab. I'm sorry, no, lower that. Never mind. I thought it was a defense buff on him, but no, it's his opponent's defense. But lowering the attack on the axe bash is pretty good. And like if you're in that like anti-gank portion, they're just standing there waiting for you to attack. Just lower their attack.
Oh, I see.
With the bash.
Well, anyway, his stalling capabilities are insane to me. Just like sometimes, well, is it the same though? Hold on. No, it's not really the same, actually, now that I think about it.
Oh, wait, no, hold on. It's his first feat, right? Hold on. Yeah, his first feat, if you grab a attack, it's damage reduction, and if you get the axe bash, it's an attack buff. That's what it is.
I see.
That's what it was.
Well, either way, I mean, I've stalled like a monster with this guy. And I don't know. For me, he's like an anti-gank monster. It used to be Berserker back in the day, but now it's like I can just do the same thing but better with this character. The fact that he can just switch stances from a zone chain, that's crazy.
Oh yeah, when they added that, it made him very, very like pretty amazing.
Yeah, I stall a lot harder with staff than I do with than axe.
Oh yeah,
a lot harder. This is here's one thing that I was taught like a while back. Like way back. When a gank is not really going in your favor, where you have to do the grab, or sorry, that's not even what I was saying. Not what I was thinking initially. When you're in a team fight, there we go. When you're in a team fight, and you don't really see anything happening from your teammate, where your teammate needs to pressure somebody to be able to like land damage at for whatever reason, that's your perfect time to switch stances and go to axe and be able to pressure yourself rather than having your teammate do the pressure in order to like land damage, because you gotta be able to like do something like that eventually.
Yeah.
Now, and that was like back then, now with this new change for this guy, like you don't even have to worry about that. You can just do the pressure at any time.
Yeah.
And like it's insane. But that's still something that you kind of have to remember. Like if nothing's going on, boom, just switch immediately, and then switch back to staff whenever you have to land damage.
Yeah, Meiji is just a really big team fight monster.
He understands this guy.
The only issue is that it's what randoms. If you switch to apply pressure, the enemy doesn't care if it's 9 damage. True.
Yeah. I mean, I did play Meiji for competitively, so I understand quite a bit.
But you got to go ahead and get that 9 damage in, and then once they're freaking out, that's when you hit them with the forward dodge into GB. And they're trying to like externally pressure you and shit.
No. Yeah, I love playing Meiji. It's like a huge ego boost. I don't know how else to explain it. It's so fun playing that character.
Yeah, he is the one who dictates when the fight is going to happen.
Yeah.
I say we save her for last, and we go with the new problem child right now with it, which is Ocelot.
Oh, I love playing Ocelot. Now disregarding that nasty tier 1, I love playing Ocelot. I really dislike that they took out the pressure that Ocelot had.
Yeah.
With the bash. A lot of people got annoyed. I get it. It's a menace in onesies, but now what the hell is Ocelot good for? He's not picked anymore.
Yeah. This is one of those things where like a small nerf to, make the character better kind of buried the character.
Yeah. Like everybody picking Ocelot, now they don't pick it. Like, what the fuck? Just because of that. So dumb. Oh, but let's nerf the next character. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is what I was saying earlier. You nerf one, then there's another hero. Oh, but why don't we nerf this one? Oh, then what happens? The next time that one gets nerfed? Oh, but then there's this other character. He's OP now. Oh, well, let me just nerf that guy now. It's just an endless cycle. It's the same bullshit.
Yeah, it was just one of those things that just kind of made the character like, brother,
brother, Nah, but you gotta have like a high pitch. But
see, I can't do that, man. I don't have a high pitch.
Yeah, you can.
Nah, I don't. I literally don't have a high pitch.
I believe in you.
Come on, bro. Brother, like that's about as high as I can get, bro. It's horrible. My voice stays in the trenches, bro.
I did not expect that.
Brother,
it sounds so weird too.
I know.
Okay, fair enough. I won't bother you with that anymore.
Never do that again. I know.
Never do that again.
I'll have my voice
Never
changer do
shit
my
again.
high pitches for me, if you don't mind.
Yes, let's just auto tune that real quick. That's funny. My God.
My voice just stays sultry.
Right. What's this bearded guy saying? They either need to pick their main game mode and focus on balancing around that, or have different stats for each game mode. Yeah, well, guess what? They ain't never gonna listen.
Yeah.
It's been 9 years.
And their main game mode where they've already said like they're mainly focusing on like the Into the Fray Dominion. They just did this friend or foe to keep the like 2v2 and 1v1 players happy, but their main game mode is Dominion. They initially wanted it to be Breach, but Breach fell apart because it became too much of a landmine of fucking people complaining, oh, this side is too oppressive. Oh, this side is too oppressive. Oh, I got attackers. I'm leaving because I don't want to have to deal with tickets type of shit. Like, not even learning how to play around tickets. People just complained about it, and then they had to scrap Breach and go straight into Dominion. So they technically have picked a game mode. It's just they still have to appease to the 1v1s and 2v2s because that also applies in Dominion as well. It's just not as prevalent. Maybe if everyone could stay in a game of Breach without rage quitting after they lose the first fucking the first gate, it would be nice.
All right, so how would I use Ocelotl in a 4v4, right? Mainly just 1v1s. Well, not really. Like I would still put him in team fights though. Like ganks are pretty good. I don't know. I would say it's like still semi busted. I would say. 1v1s are okay. Used to be better, but now it's okay. Team fight, pretty good team fights. The fact that you can just chain zone with hyper armor is insane. This is also a very good character to just pin someone down real nice and good, especially when they're like on revenge. Because all they gotta do is the one time that they find a way to grab the guy that's on revenge because the guy made a mistake on recovery, boom, stands into heavy, pins the hell out of them. You do a full quick gank, depletes the entire revenge just with that. Like you can't do shit. Like it's GG. A lot of people don't even know how to defend against that. Like people don't understand that you can GB people, or players. Sorry, not people. Well, sometimes they're not even players; they're bots. Okay, players are sometimes bots. Let me be straight up with you. I've seen some shit. Okay.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, people don't understand that you can GB people on finishers, which is like once you discover that, that's when you start meeting the right players, and they're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, you want to grab me? Nope." Just never ending neutrals. Just feinting every single chain attack into neutral. Boom, neutral attack. All target switch neutral attack. Blah 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 blah. All the same. Good luck catching that guy. Unless they mess up on the timing on certain things, or they target switch the wrong guy at the wrong time. But yeah. Catman is the what? Oh, Catman. You're calling this? Why are you calling?
Because
why are you calling us a lot of Catman?
Because an ocelot is a cat. a type of cat.
Oh, I'm dumb.
Yeah,
For real?
and yeah, it's ocelot. It's a South American cat. Like kind of
Oh,
like
I'm an actual dumbass. Okay.
like the jaguar of the South Americas, kind of.
Oh,
Yeah.
this whole time. Wow. Okay. I never really
Mhm.
looked into it. Now I understand why people are calling it this cat man.
That's why he
Okay.
has that fit with the like cat print on it because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember that too. Yeah. That makes so much sense. That's crazy. Why didn't I know
It's
this?
almost like a mix between like the look of a cheetah but acting like a jaguar type of thing. Like not as fast as a cheetah,
Gotcha.
but is very they're also a lot smaller. They're tree cats.
Oh,
They like to hang
I
out in
see.
trees to jump their prey.
I
Yeah, small
see. I
jaguar,
see.
yeah. Small jaguar with like a cheetah print.
Gotcha. Um,
And they're very solid like very solitary when they're hunting. They don't hunt in like packs
hmm.
or bobcat sized leopard. Pretty much. Yeah.
Okay, one of the things that I really like doing in team fights when it comes to Ocelotl is the fact that he can just swing that unblockable and it looks weird as fuck.
Yeah.
Sometimes people cannot parry that. I don't know why. But
Because it looks like
um
he's getting ready to throw that heavy and it's just wait, it's not unblockable. Wait.
yeah. Yeah. So it's like a really weird heavy, but it kind of works. Like the timing is just off. It's like the in between.
Yeah. Kind of like a Highlander neutral heavy. It's like, wait, what?
I would say it's like a little bit like how do I put this? It's not faster than an Orochi heavy,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not slower than Highlanders heavy. It's like
Yeah.
right there. It's like
Yeah.
in between,
And
and it just
it just
works.
has a feel of it being faster, but it's not faster.
But it's not faster. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. yeah. Um. So I like doing that a lot in team fights. I just throw that shit like crazy,
Mm.
like crazy. Um. That chain zone hyper armor is such a great way to peel somebody. It's so funny.
Mm.
So good. Like I could be like miles away. Well, that's an exaggeration, but you know what I'm saying. Like you're pretty decently far. Somehow it just reaches. You're like, what the fuck? You know, like thought
Yeah.
I could do something. I guess not, you know?
Yeah. Even after like a target swapped forward dodge light into that zone, just makes so much distance.
Yeah. What else? Honestly, there's really not really much I could say other than spamming your chain lights. That shit's a menace as well.
Yeah. And just one big thing about Ocelot is learning to time that stance heavy. Like
Yeah.
you have to understand when it's going to land because it will be an absolute game changer when it does.
Yeah. Sometimes what I like to do is I will stance like a hidden stance, so I can avoid the guy that I'm targeting his attacks
Mm-hmm.
and target switch to the other guy and hit him with a heavy. Just sometimes, not all the time, just sometimes.
Yeah.
Man, that shit's funny as fuck.
Oh, I remember when we were
Oh,
doing the early access for Ocelotl, and I went for a cheeky stance into heavy in the middle of a duel with Angelus. So he went ahead into the hidden stance, and we just went into this like, I'm just gonna hidden stance your hidden stance attack. It felt like you were playing a Fear where you're just dodging every attack and just Dodge, attack, dodge, attack, dodge. Like attack, dodge, attack, dodge, attack, dodge.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's pretty much it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with decent minion clear, good team fight, just running around. Like, I would say the one thing with Ocelotl that is a big learning curve is knowing when to run the tier 1 or not. Because if you're running the tier 1 and your teammates are losing, you are taking such a disadvantage for having that on if you're fighting a competent team. Like for me, I think I would take this because he has Tireless and Iron Lungs on top of it. I would take Tireless over Huntsman Spirit any day. If you're fighting with a team that's constantly like grouping up and taking like big team fights, then Huntsman Spirit works out like if you're losing in those fights, but I would take Tireless any day of the week over Huntsman Spirit.
Well, okay, so let's go back to the feats. I actually can I see them real quick?
Yes.
Let me see. Okay, so the only time I would ever pick Tireless over Huntsman is when my team does not know how to rotate. That's it.
That's literally it. Which is like every single random. A lot of randoms do not know how to rotate.
Right. Yeah, like every single random, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
But that's once you do have it,
that's why I never run Huntsman Spirit, man. Never run it.
Yeah, fair.
Although
enough.
I do have this one build that I have. It's the Pink Panther build, where I run the Huntsman Spirits and the Quetzalcoatl Blessing. So if I'm able to get that kill and get that extra attack damage and increased speed, plus having the feline agility feat and the clever tactics, bro, I am zooming in fucking whenever I get a kill. Fucking zooming. He is so fucking fast.
I mean, I get that. I do get that part.
Bro, I can get from like point C to point A on Gauntlet in less than like 2 seconds. Just
yeah, I mean, I could see that.
Especially when you're dead as well, like your feet still work. So feline agility is big whenever you're running Huntsman Spirit, I would say, just so you can run and back cap, especially on those maps where like pushing as a team is more beneficial. Like Gauntlet, like Sanctuary Bridge. I would play this play this Ocelot with the Huntsman Spirit and the extra speed.
Maybe, I guess. I guess. I mean, it really depends on who you have, though, because like it kind of goes back to the logic I said before. Like, if
with like the key trap and the hidden thing, kind of.
Not kind of, but not exactly. So
yeah.
So what I mean is, if your team fight's good and you dominate a zone, it's not going to be difficult to out-rotate the enemy and capture points. Like, it's not going to be that too much of a difference with or without the agility that you get from all this. So that, I don't know, it's not too great. It's not bad. I'm just saying, like if I had to really, really pick, I would still go for second win, because there's always going to be situations where you want to stall, and the character's okay at stalling.
Yeah. Like I said, he's just one of those heroes. Like, if I were to pick Huntsman Spirit and we lose our first team fight, it's a real struggle to get back up with Ocelot, especially with all like his bash nerf and not getting as much pressure and having to be very, very defensive with low health. That kind of like kills me on the character running Huntsman's Fury.
Yeah, I mean, if it's the huntsman, I mean, I can see that. Like you're just gonna stand there in ghost mode all day and thinking you could do something. Nah, yeah. You're forcing a 1v3 loop just by having that. All right. I think we're done with this character. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Last but not least.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Afira. Can we ban Afira? Thank you. All right. Anyway. Afira. Super good at onesies. Super good at onesies. Team fights are not bad as well. The fact that she has chain CCs is insane. You can, like, this character has an amazing chase. Amazing. Like, you can just chase somebody forever with this character until you actually catch them. Top 3 characters for what?
I guess for Dominion? Everything.
I mean, for 1v1s is insane. In general?
Saying her 2s are really good. I would say where she
maybe like top 10.
Yeah, I would say where she kind of lacks, like if we're putting top 3 like top heroes, like her hitboxes aren't as wide, so she's not as great in like minion clear wise. So I wouldn't put her in like top 3 in Dominion, but being able to isolate an opponent, to peel for teammates, to be able to take the 1v1 on the off point on those like heavily favored point maps, it does really, really well. But she does lack in that like minion lane department. She lacks like she can still anti-gank really, really good. I would say the biggest portion is just being able to clear minion lane, then coming back. She is a roaming character, so kind of like Pirate, but Pirate has a lot more pressure with like how many unblockables that she can actually like land and be able to like get that gank going. I would say Afir is more of a setup character in that regard. But yeah, she definitely holds her own for the most part.
Pretty good correction tool. Pretty good correction tool.
I mean, there's only 2 of them with chain CCs. Well, chain light CCs.
Yeah, the ganks are pretty good as well. Like, it's mostly in team fights that's kind of like the only problem here. When I say problem, it's not even a problem. It's like a slight problem. Because you can't exactly always peel from far away. Well, I mean, you could do forward dash light, but I guess it depends. Nah, well, like a lot of times, the way you want to play this character is by like also just force it. It's literally like a different type of Shaolin. Like I said earlier, like if I was Nobushi and I had a Shaolin on, just taking on me a lot. It's basically also the same thing with Afira. Like Afira can just pressure you all day, and people won't be able to do anything about it. That's the difference. Like that's the only difference between Shaolin and Afira. Like Afira, like people can just try and they can't. Like she will get you regardless. Like no matter what you want to do.
Yeah. She's also a character that has a working unlock tech, which makes her really hard to deal with. True in that sense, Spruce, but after this season, it will be corrected. We did hear from the devs about that in the last Warriors Den, where they fixed after they fixed Berserker's unlock tech, that Afira is up next because it's very similar to what she had, like to what Berserker had, but is something a little bit different that they're working on. So they did say next patch that should be patched out.
Yeah.
Like how the LB roll catch was coming soon. I can't wait. They did say in the next patch, so we're just waiting for the season to start up.
Oh, anyway, this character is pretty 1v1 based for the most part, and it's really hard to just interrupt this character.
Yeah,
really, really hard when it comes to like peeling this character. You can peel it. It's just more difficult.
Yeah, she just has so many. She has so many options to try to stop the peel.
Yeah.
It just becomes instead of like, oh, this is like a guaranteed peel, it's more along the lines of like, how are you going to peel? It's a rock, paper, scissors on peeling rather than it being like more of a conditioning thing. Or knowing like, okay, I can guard break after this one.
Yeah.
Very rock, paper, scissors.
Another thing that's like super annoying about this character is external lightsies. External lights. That is such a pain in the ass. You have no idea. Like, you get the right angle, boom, it just goes through. Like, you got hit. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, how does that even make sense? You know? Like, the hitbox is just insane.
I will say there was only one time this ever happened, but I have hit, like, I was in the middle of 1v1ing somebody, and two teammates came in to like try to gank me, and I did hit the double CC in a row, like the chain CCs in a row. That was fun. I was like, oh my god, I did it.
Yeah.
Either a top block player getting that free hit with the unblockable top pick in the two tourneys. Yeah. I mean, twos wise, Afira is a monster. Just because she has so many options to make people react. And so many predicting moves that are like really good with tracking. Like if you see the guy always dodging out of the way, throw out your undodgeable, get ready to feint it if they aren't dodging right away. If you notice one isn't dodging, let that unblockable fly. I saw her almost every game in both the fours. Yeah. I mean, fours wise, she can definitely hold her own. Like she can stall her ass off just because it's so hard to pin her down. Yeah, we're still talking Arthur. We're almost done though. We're on our last hero right now.
And this guy really wants this to be over. That's crazy. What the fuck are you doing here? Get him out of here. I'm just
no, I saw him leave and then come back. I have chat up.
Yeah, but he says it's so sarcastic. that smiley face says it all.
Oh man. And now for the quick recap of every hero at the end, right? No quick recap of every hero at the end. We already talked about every hero, and you got to watch both episodes to catch everything. That's how you get viewership. Yeah, you know, that's how you keep viewer count up.
Yeah. You want a quick recap? Just watch the VOD. GG.
GG, no re.
Yeah. honestly, I don't even know what else to say with this character. The only thing I can actually think about worth mentioning is whenever you're starting a fight, a match in Dominion, normally you want to send this character to mid lane because since for example, if we take the same example, the same map as an example, Temple Garden, the C point is the optimal point, and you want to be able to conquer that zone as much as possible. So they usually send like about 2 or 3 people in there. So, yeah,
I would
you
say,
kind of want to send
yeah.
you
Go
kind
ahead.
of want to send the Afira to the mid lane and be able to take that onesie so that the Afira can help on the C point a lot faster. Now, although that may be the case, sometimes what people do is they send 2 people to C and 2 people to mid. They stall like crazy on C and they gank the guy on B, so that at that point it becomes a 4v3. But it really depends on the ability of your teammates to be able to stall. And sometimes that usually happens when your teammates are confident enough that they can stall a 2v3 because they've already had a couple rounds on them. They kind of see how their ganking skills are in a team fight. And if it's not that great, then they can be like, okay, you know what? Let me just send 2 mid to C, and it becomes a 3v4 loop early in the game.
Yeah, kind of like how we talked about in episode 1, like how we talked about Scent almost being in the same exact way, pretty much the same way as Scent. Like if you do send Afira to mid lane, you can send her there to clear out mid lane and she can do enough to maintain it. But if you're sending 2 people to mid lane, she's that person that's looking for the fight on B point, and if she doesn't see that team, like that person on B to clear, and like they sent like everyone to C or one person to A on Temple Garden, she's going, all right, fuck it, I'm out, I'm running to C. Because she is a very roaming character. You want to, she wants to have the pressure put on that enemy team.
Another good rotation that a lot of people do, well, it really depends, I would say, is you send 3 people to the C point or to the optimal point, and you would send your 4th guy to cap the other point and then clear B, so that when that happens, you're setting your team up to defend the optimal point from the get-go. So that way it becomes an infinite loop of defending the C point all day. So nobody captures it until one of the teams becomes successful, while your team actually gains points from the point that you captured initially and mid, just constantly clearing mid in fight for the optimal point. I've seen that strat a few times now, but it became a lot more popular, I think, when they had the last tournament with Clutchmeister in it. It was a Clutch, Blitz, Mina, and
Antonio.
Jarl.
Oh, Jarl?
No, not Antonio.
Antonio
It
was on
Jarl.
the other team. Yeah, he was the branch.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and Blitz was always the person that went to the A point and then just did that rotation for a couple times, or almost every other round, to be honest.
Yeah.
And yeah, it became pretty successful, looks like.
Yeah, that was the last Into the Fray. Speaking of Into the
Yeah,
Fray, should be
exactly.
coming out really soon. I believe it's like March, April that they do Into the Fray.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if I remember correctly.
Oh, interesting.
I can actually pull it up.
Very interesting.
When was the last time they did Into the Fray? Because I'd just log into my Battlefy and just go to my previous tournaments that I've played in.
Yeah.
There we go. Join tournaments.
But yeah, I think that's pretty much it on what I have for Afira.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there is much to say other than her feats. That tier 3 is insane. Just letting you know.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you can parry anything with that tier 3 alone, that's insane. Decent amount of damage. It's also pretty difficult to react to. But it can be reacted to. It's just very difficult. That's all. It's not impossible. Or at least make the read, you know. Especially like when you're out of stamina and you use that, oh dude. Like one use of it at the right timing, boom, you kind of already have your stamina back. That's so funny.
Yeah. It's always a good time. I think it's the 18th for Into the Fray. It's something I can't remember exactly when it is. They usually have it like early February, March timeframe for Into the I'm sorry, that's the Pro-Am when they do like the early stuff. They do all the Pro-Am and then they'll do Into the Fray like later on, like mid-year.
I see.
But they have changed it up on us multiple times. You remember it being on the roadmap? Is it on the roadmap?
It might be.
Spruce is usually good with that. No, the roadmap was the 1v1 series finals on the 18th. That's the finals for the fights for the 1v1s. There's Spruce. Because they just had the closed finals today, and then it's going to be the actual last fight, which I believe is they posted it earlier. Fuck. Where did they put that thing? It was in this one. Antonio, Ewop, Bean, and Immortalum, who move on to the 18th.
Are we talking about the duels?
Yeah, the dual tourney.
Let's see.
Because that's right, the one that's on the roadmap for the 18th.
Oh,
But again, thank you for joining us for another episode.
Indeed, it was exhilarating.
And we'll see you next time for the next episode.